kerja ya.
Hello, we cannot hear your sound.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ALSA International Video Conference July 2021 with the theme of Gender-Based Violence in Asia. My name is Nasha Ayudianti Ramadhani as your Master of Ceremony, and we are very pleased to welcome all participants to our event today. We would like to apologize briefly for the technical difficulties, and thank you very much for attending our Zoom meeting. To this event, we would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Hastini Subramanian, as the Advocacy Officer at Women's Center for Change Malaysia. Our panelist, Mr. Jose Pardosi, as the co-founder and General Director of Hope Helps Network, and Ms. Rizana Ratzuan as the co-founder and President of Monster Among Us. To this event, we would also like to welcome Ms. Griselda Audrey as the President of ALSA International, Mr. Vishnu Farna as the Vice President of Academic Activities, ALSA International Board 2020 and 2021, ALSA National Chapters Representative from ALSA Malaysia, ALSA Indonesia, ALSA Singapore, ALSA Myanmar, and also to all the participants of AIVC July 2021, both here on the Zoom platform and our viewers live on YouTube. However, before we begin this event, let's honor and listen to our respected ALSA anthem.
Awesome!
To begin this event, let's hear the greetings from the representative of ALSA Malaysia, Melka Hyo, as the Vice President of Academic Activities, ALSA Malaysia.
A very good day to everyone. I'm Milka Yu, the Vice President of Academic Activities of ALSA Malaysia. I would like to firstly thank you ALSA International for inviting me on behalf of ALSA Malaysia to give this opening speech for this month's ALSA International video conference on the theme of gender-based violence. It is a joy to see 4 national chapters, namely ALSA Malaysia, ALSA Indonesia, ALSA Myanmar, and ALSA Singapore for coming together to bring light on this burgeoning topic today. I believe that the session from the speakers, Ms. Farzana, Mr. Jose, and Ms. Hasini would be an insightful one, and to bring about awareness and hopefully spark legal reform to combat the atrocities of gender-based violence in the Southeast Asian region. And lastly, a big thank you to the volunteers of all 4 national chapters for making this AIVC possible. Thank you, terima kasih, and stay safe. ALSA, always be one. Thank you.
Always be one. Thank you very much, Ms. Milka. And next, let's hear the greetings from the representative of ALSA Singapore, Ms. Jill Chua.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for spending your Saturday morning with us. I'm very happy to be here today representing ALSA Singapore. And on behalf of my national board, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their hard work over the past few months. So as law students, I'm sure the topic of gender violence is familiar to everyone. But coming from an Asian cultural background, I feel that such topics are unfortunately seen as taboo in our society. And many times the victims do not get the justice they rightly deserve. So as lawyers to be, I strongly believe that we are the ones that can make a difference in the next generation. And I hope that this event will bring greater awareness to the issue of gender violence. Thank you very much, and I look forward to listening to our esteemed panelists.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jill. Next, let's hear the greetings from the representative of ALSA Myanmar, Alice, as the president of ALSA Myanmar.
Hello everyone, I'm Minglawa, I'm Alex, and very first of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the organizing committee of the AIVC to make this event happen, and especially for deciding to choose this interesting and valuable topic for this conference to be the gender-based violence. It is a crime against our common community, and all humans deserve to be treated equally with love and affection no matter what and no matter who they are. So I hope that the knowledges and sharing from this conference would embrace us to build the zero tolerance culture and build up the beautiful society without the gender inequality and gender discrimination. So thank you, and Elsa, always be one.
Always be one. Thank you very much, Ms. Alice. And next, let's hear the greetings from the representative of ALSA Indonesia, Ms. Zaskia, as the Vice President of External Affairs, ALSA Indonesia.
Thank you, Nasha. So greetings, everyone. I'm Nurzeskia Puspadewi as the Vice President of External Affairs, ALSA Indonesia. To the Honorable Ms. Farzana Redzwan as the Founder and President of Monsters Among Us, the Honorable Mr. Jose Pardosi as the General Director of Hope Helps Network, the Honorable Ms. Hastini Subramaniam as the Advocacy Officer at the Women's Center for Change, and the Honorable Ms. Griselda Audrey as the President of ALSA International, as well as her board. And lastly, I would like to greet all distinguished participants and national chapters who have spared your time to come to today's ALSA International video conference. On behalf of my board, I would firstly like to apologize that my president isn't able to attend this lovely event due to the ongoing program in our national chapter. However, he sends his best regards to everyone present today. I would like to give my highest appreciation to everyone who have made this amazing event possible in the midst of this pandemic. This project of ALSA International, along with ALSA Malaysia, ALSA Singapore, ALSA Myanmar, and of course ALSA Indonesia, shows us that ALSA can always thrive to its greatest potential while we are facing this unbelievable pandemic. I would like to give my highest gratitude to the eminent speakers who are also willing to spare their time in their busy schedule to share infinite knowledge to all of us. The phenomenon of gender-based violence is pervasive around the world and experienced by 1 in 3 women in their lifetimes. The elimination of such violence has been increasingly recognized as a priority for the international community. We believe that with this topic being brought by ALSA International would help educate better about gender-based violence and its harmful practices. So without further ado, I hope that today's video conference inspires ideas and discussions on the topic of gender-based violence. I hope each one of you will enjoy the event, and that would be all from me. Elsa, always be one.
Always be one. Thank you very much, Ms. Zaskia. And next, let's hear the greetings from Mr. Vishnu Farna as the Vice President of Academic Activities, ALSA International Board 2020 and 2021. To Mr. Vishnu, the time and place is yours.
Thank you, Nasha. Very good morning to the honorable speakers, Ms. Hastini Subramaniam from the Women's Center of Change, Malaysia, Ms. Jose Pardosi from Hope Helps Network, and Ms. Firzana Rezwan from Monsters Among Us. Not to forget valued AIVC participants, organizing committee members, and friends. First and foremost, I would like to thank all our speakers for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here with us today. I would also like to thank all participants for your participation in this virtual conference. Alas, none of us will be here today if it wasn't for the organizing committee. With that being said, a massive thank you to the AIVC committee consisting of various ALSA chapters who have come together in this collaborative effort in order to advocate against gender-based violence in Asia. Gender-based violence has been a long-standing issue in Asian culture, with women being the most affected. Our AIVC wishes to discuss this prevalent issue and provide an analysis of the situation as it is. Therefore, we have brought you three amazing panelists who will guide you through this conference to the best of their abilities. I hope that by the end of this AIVC, you'll leave a little bit smarter and a little bit more informed. Have a good conference, everyone. ALSA, always be one.
Thank you very much, Vishnu, for your greetings. And next, we would like to welcome Ms. Griselda Audrey as the President of ALSA International Board 2020 and 2021 to say a few words. To Ms. Audrey, the time and place is yours.
Thank you, Nasha. To the Honorable Ms. Hastini Subramaniam from the Women's Center of Change Malaysia, to the Honorable Mr. Jose Pardosi from Hope Helps Network, and to the Honorable Ms. Firzana Rezwan from Monster Among Us, to the Honorable respected representative of the national chapters, the committee, as well as the participants of AIVC. Today is the second AIVC hosted by ALSA International with the collaboration by the national chapters. I believe violence against women is a major public health problem and a violations of women's human rights. So that's why ALSA is a legal law student-based organization. We need to have a advocacy and discussion pertaining this issue, because sometimes this issue happens maybe around us. Many of our friends or our relatives, they face this issue, but none of us is brave enough to point it out or speak up about what they face. So I hope that this AIVC can enlighten and spread the awareness of the gender-based violence among the society and the member of ALSA. Strong inside and leading outside, ALSA, always be one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Audrey, for your greetings. Before we begin our speaker session, we would like to remind all participants to change the name as stated in the participants guideline to participant_name and _national chapter or country. To always turn on the camera and mute the microphone, to actively participate in the discussion and ask questions as there will be the Best Participant Award, and to stay until the end of the session as well as filling the feedback forms in order to obtain the e-certificate. Now, the next session of the event is one of the most awaited sessions, as today we have our keynote speaker, Ms. Hastini Subramaniam, as the Advocacy Officer at Women's Center for Change, Malaysia. Ms. Hastini was admitted as an advocate and solicitor of the High Court of Malaya in 2016, and she currently works as an advocacy officer at the Women's Center for Change, or WCC, since 2017. At WCC, Ms. Hastini has handled over 50 cases of domestic and sexual violence up to the appellate court stage, and she provides legal advice and information on court process to victims of domestic and sexual violence, specifically women and children, and accompanies them in court.
Hello, you were mute.
Yes, thank you very much for your reminder. Now, before we begin this event, we would like to remind all participants to change the name as stated in the participant guidelines, to always turn on the camera and mute the microphone, to actively participate in discussion, and to always stay until the end of the speaker session, as well as filling the feedback forms in order to obtain the certificate. Now, the next session of the event is one of the most awaited sessions, as today we have our keynote speaker, Ms. Hastini Subramaniam, as the Advocacy Officer at Women's Center for Change, Malaysia. Ms. Hastini is currently working as an advocacy officer at the WCC since 2017. In her time in WCC, she has handled over 50 cases of domestic and sexual violence up to the appellate of the court stage, as she provides legal advice and information on court process to victims of sexual violence and also domestic abuse, specifically women and children, as well as accompanying them in court. She was involved in updating the organization's user-friendly surviving court guidebook aimed at helping witnesses to understand the criminal justice process. She's also a trainer for various agencies on the rights of victims of domestic and sexual violence. So without further ado, let's welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Hastini, to give her presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Nasha, for the warm welcome. Hello, everyone. I would like to ask the organizer team to share my slides. Hello, everyone. I'm Hastini again from WCC Penang, Malaysia. I will be explaining on WCC's work briefly later. And hi, Margaret. And I know it's very difficult to do online talks or webinars with a lot of technical glitches. Very sorry for that. And let's start on today's presentation on gender-based violence in Asia. So when we talk about gender-based violence, violence can happen to anyone. Anyone can be the victim and anyone can be the perpetrator as well. But for the context of my presentation today, I will be focusing, and based on my experience with working with WCC, which is an NGO who works for the rights of women and children, I will be focusing more on violences against women and children, where women are mostly affected, or girls are mostly affected, or the majority of victims are females, whether they are adult or they are children. And when I say about violence against women and children, it consists of a few types or few forms of violence. The first one is the sexual assault, such as rape, molestation, sodomy, and stuff like that. And also the domestic violence. So I will be more focusing on domestic violence and sexual assaults, which is happening in Penang, and in particularly the process in Malaysia as well. Can we go to the second slide? Yes. So before I move further, let us learn or see what causes violence against women and children. And this video particularly says about the major cause, which can be adaptable not only in Malaysia but all Asian countries. It is like normal for us. So can we watch this video first before I move further? And I believe the organizer team will share my slides after my presentation, if it is okay for the participants. But before I move on, let's watch this video first.
This video is a closer look at the gender inequality that fuels the violence that affects 2 out of 3 women from all backgrounds in the Pacific. So what does cause domestic violence? Let's rewind and see when gender inequality takes hold. Mele and Jacob are the same age. They grew up in the same village. Growing up, they learned different roles for men and women. Mele helped her mum with cooking, cleaning and childcare, while Jacob helped with outdoor work. He has more free time. Their rigid views of masculine as strong and protective and feminine as caring and serving were formed. Jacob learns that anything feminine is associated with weakness. He is teased if he shows emotion and told he kicks like a girl if he plays poorly. Jacob learns that women are valued less, boys are better than girls. Mela learns that she can't do everything the boys are allowed to do. As Mela grows into a teen, men start commenting on her body. She is told to cover herself, don't walk alone or after dark. She is made responsible for preventing men's behavior. Meanwhile, Jacob sees his friends harassing women. It makes them seem powerful. He does it too, so his friends will respect him. The two start a relationship and both begin looking for work after high school. Mela struggles to find work. She accepts a low-paid office job. Jacob finds a higher-paying job more easily and becomes the breadwinner. Mela is dependent on Jacob for financial support. Mela does all the household chores and cares for her grandparents and their growing family. Jacob gets angry if the dishes aren't done or his clothes aren't clean. He expects dinner to be ready when he gets home. He makes major decisions for both of them. After all, he earns the most. When he starts to hit Mele, he blames her for it. He says she provokes him, that she needs to try harder. That it's her role as a partner to serve him, they are not equals. Mele turns to her pastor for help. He asks her to consider her own role. He reminds her that we cannot change others, but we can work to improve ourselves and be patient. In this way, church teachings can be interpreted to justify gender inequality and maintain the status quo, leaving Mele without help and Jacob in control. The police visit the house. They discourage Mele from pressing charges, downplay her experiences, and encourage reconciliation. Gender inequality can be reinforced even by people who are there to help, leaving Jacob unchallenged. Mele's safety is considered less important than maintaining harmony. Gender inequality is the result of the belief that men and women have different rights and entitlements. It means that men's opinions and desires are more important than those of women. It is created and maintained through social norms, socialization of children, and institutional and structural barriers, as we've seen with Mele and Jacob. This inequality is the cause of domestic violence. Inequality between men and women and parents and children gives some people power over others, which can lead to abuse. It is embedded in the belief that women's purpose is to serve and obey, and men's role is to lead. When domestic violence is recognized as a result of gender inequality, it becomes clear that a lot of excuses for violence are just that, excuses. Domestic violence is not caused by alcohol, poor tempers, disobedient women, uncompleted household tasks, or any other excuse. It is caused because of the belief that men are entitled to have their desires met and to be obeyed, and this is power, this is gender inequality. Gender inequality is deeply rooted in our society and the source of domestic violence, but domestic violence also reinforces gender inequality. It is a vicious cycle. Family, school, and church can address gender norms and attitudes in children before they become ingrained. Media affects how people view each other. Working towards representation of equal relationships between genders can help change people's minds. Gender inequality programs, such as improving support and response services, must include men and women. To summarize, gender inequality causes domestic violence. Domestic violence is fueled by inequality, power, and control. Domestic violence is often blamed on excuses. Gender inequality and domestic violence are a cycle. Domestic violence is a violation of human rights. We can stop the cycle of violence by working together to transform harmful social norms. In an equal society, everyone thrives.
Okay, so far we have watched this 5 minutes very meaningful and very knowledgeable video. So yes, I would like to repeat what are the message from the video is that the gender equality in society or families causes violence against women and children, especially the term called patriarchy system. So it's like a normal thing in our society to give more values to one gender and degrade another gender. So it makes the women and children especially to be very vulnerable, and also they are deemed to be to have less values in their lives. And let's see the statistics in Malaysia over cases or crimes against women and children. Okay. So in Malaysia, domestic violence is a crime under the Penal Code and Domestic Violence Act. And if you look at the data, over 4,000 cases of domestic violence reported yearly in Malaysia. And if you analyze the over 4,000 cases, around 75 to 80% of the victims are women, and the violence is mostly perpetrated by the male member of the family. And moving on to the rape statistics. And on average, we could see around 2,000 rape cases reported yearly in Malaysia. And given the definition of rape in Malaysian Penal Code, is actually rape means penile penetration without consent. So all victims are female. And if you look at the age group of the age range or range of age of the victims, nearly 80% of the victims are children below 18. And these children could be girls or boys, any genders, but girls are mostly affected. Sorry, for the rape, it is fully affected by the women. And moving on to the other stats in Malaysia, from 2010 to 2018, as you can see, there are like 8,500 rape cases reported, and these are just reported cases, meaning to say victims lodged a police report. And we have around 7,000 molestation cases reported to the police department. And from the statistic, we could see most of the rapists or most of the perpetrators are known to the victims, like 91.3% of the perpetrators are known to either to the victims or their family members. And from our WCC's data, we could see there is an increase of child sexual abuse cases every year. And last year, we could see 35% of the perpetrators were their family members. So we could see violence in family circle increasing compared to violence committed by a stranger to the victims. So these are the statistics that we could see, like how women and children are affected, especially in Malaysia, in terms of the statistic. I'm not saying that men are not, men are not being victimized by this crime. There are men has been victimized by this crime, like they have been sodomized, they have been molested, they also undergo like domestic violence by their family members. But in terms of the reporting data shows that women and children are the mostly affected compared to men. And as we go along, let's see whether reporting of domestic violence and sexual assault in Malaysia is easy or not, or is there any rights or special measures for them? So when we say about violence, of course, we would think about going to the hospital. So in Malaysia, each government hospital, they have this special unit called One Stop Crisis Center, OSCC, at each government hospitals, where this is placed under the emergency and trauma department. So whenever a woman and children having cases of domestic violence and sexual assault, they can be immediately treated at this one-stop crisis center. It's a special care unit just to cater or just to treat patients of domestic violence and sexual assault. And hospitals, especially in Penang, we have been working closely with hospitals here. They have like annual meetings within their OSCC personnel together with other key agencies to discuss on the challenges faced by victims whenever they come to the hospital. And this hospital OSCC unit also, it is called as a triage system or integral system, where the victim can lodge the police report at the hospital. The victim doesn't have to go to the police station just to lodge a police report. And for domestic violence, although it is not mandatory in Malaysia to lodge a police report, but victim has the rights to take actions against the perpetrator. But for sexual assault, especially sexual assault involving children, it is a mandatory either for the family members or the medical personnel or anyone, member of publics to lodge a police report is a mandatory in Malaysia. So in one-stop crisis center, they can get this medical treatment. The second one, they can lodge a police report, take police action. Police can come over to hospitals to take statements. Victims doesn't have to go to the police stations or anywhere else to give statements. And the third one, the hospitals also works with other agencies who can provide emotional support, and WCC is one of them. And the hospitals also works with the social welfare department to provide welfare aids for the victims, both for domestic violence and sexual assault. And moving on to the police system, we have a special unit or special department under the police department called the D11. It is the Sexual Women and Children Investigation Division. This division is a specialized unit to handle crime cases involving women and children, especially domestic violence and sexual assault. And the officers there are, most of the officers in this D11 unit are women, because we could see a lot of women cases. So there are more women police officers in D11 unit, and they have their own SOPs and procedures to follow how to handle cases, particular case involving women and children. And they are trained also on how to handle cases sensitively. And the third one is the social welfare department. We have child protectors in each district in Malaysia for every state under the social welfare department, who is responsible for the safety and the protections of each children in Malaysia. And they also provide other financial support or protective orders for the victims. And the fourth one is the court and the judiciary and the prosecution system. There are a lot of special measures available for children and women who's going to the court, who has lodged a police report, like the woman who lodged a police report against the husband. He or she can apply for a protection order to stop the abuser from further abusing them. And in the court, children are treated in a very special manner. Like they can apply for a lot of special measures like video live link. They don't have to go inside the actual courtroom to testify. They can testify from a special room. So these are some of the special measures and special protective procedures that are available for women and children in Malaysia for domestic violence and sexual assault cases. And when we look at the reporting, we also have to look at the laws available in our country, in Malaysia. So these are some of the laws which are available in Malaysia. First one is the Penal Code. It is the principal act of any criminal offences committed in Malaysia. So the Penal Code has the definition for the rape, has the punishment for the rape, has the definition for all kind of sexual assaults and domestic violence committed against women and children. And the next one is the Child Act. Child Act talks about the protections of children in Malaysia, and talks about the roles of public, the role of social welfare department, the role of medical officer, the role of child care person. So it talks more about protections for children, and it also penalizes penalize medias who disclose the details of children involved in any criminal offences. So this Child Act it's for the children. It's the main act for the children in Malaysia. And moving on, we have this newly passed law, Sexual Offences Against Children Act, which gives more or heavier sentences for physical assaults or sexual assaults committed against children. It has heavier punishments. It talks about child grooming, and after the passing of this law, child grooming is illegal in Malaysia, whether the person has met the children or has assaulted the children. But as long as there is an element of child grooming, just to get access to the child and to physical with a sexual purpose, they can be charged and they can be taken action. And also there is a Domestic Violence Act, which talks about the different types of protective orders which is available for victims of domestic violence. And then we have this Evidence Act Evidence of Child Witness Act, which talks about the special measures that are available for a child victim or child witness in court. And apart from all these laws, we have two specific guidelines in order how to handle a domestic violence case, and also how to handle sexual offenses against children's cases. So in terms of law, I would say we are very much progressed, and we are progressing. We have such a good laws and procedures to protect women and children in Malaysia. Moving on. In between of my presentations, if you have any questions, you can park it in the chat box. I think the organizer team will raise it later on during the Q&A session. And moving on to talk about the domestic violence and sexual assault issues, if you could see, it is not a single agency issue. It's not a police department's issue. It's not the health department's issue. It's not the social welfare department's issue, but the issue, the cases has to be handled by more than 5 or 6 agencies together to handle the cases, such as the police, hospitals, social welfare departments, and the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations like WCC. So before I move on to other agencies, let's look what I would like to explain what is WCC all about. And WCC is a non-profit organization. You can move on to, yes. It's a non-profit organization, tax exempted. We are based in Penang, but our services are available for anyone throughout Malaysia. And we were set up in 1985. And yes, we are 36 years old this year, and with a mission to eliminate violence against women and children and empower them, and also to promote gender equality and social justice. We have 3 core work areas, which I will explain in a short while. And our services are in multi-languages, especially in English, Malay, Chinese, and Tamil. And we are fully funded by public, and we run on special fundings, depends on special projects. And if you want to know more about us, you can follow us in our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, WCC Penang, or you can go to our website, wccpenang.org, where we have all the informations about WCC and the information on the issues relating to gender-based violence, the laws in Malaysia, and also we have put in our publications and resources for women and children. So on the 3 core work areas, the first one, we have a service work area where we provide counseling for women and for anyone, regardless of their gender, but most of our clients are women and children. And we also have our own temporary shelter to shelter women and their children who are in crisis. And the second one is the advocacy, where we provide victim support services, which we will be looking at it later briefly. And we also provide trainings for stakeholders like police, hospitals, social welfare departments, and also we were part of the legal reform efforts for a better laws and policies in regards to women and children. And the third work areas is outreach, where we run school programs for children, primary school and secondary school children, on the good touch and bad touch, and on cyber safety, how to respect others, how to have healthy relationships, and also we run a lot of community awareness talks. And in the context of my presentation today, I will be talking more on our victim support services, which is very helpful for women and children, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. Next slide. So back in 2009, we did a publication. We published our research survey on sexual crime cases in Penang courts, where we looked at over 400 cases of child sexual crime cases involving adults and children, and we analyzed what happened to those cases that went to court. So we found out that 45% of the cases resulted in discharge not amounting to acquittal, which means that the case is like not fully closed, but only partially closed due to a lot of reasons, and one of it is victims' attrition. Victims withdraws their report in between the criminal justice system, and out of the cases that went to court, we only saw 4% of conviction, which means that the perpetrators are taking action by the court. So this has, encouraged us to move on a project on victim support services, because we want to understand what happened to the victims who initially wants to fight for their justice, wants to get their justice, but eventually they dropped out in between the criminal justice system. So when I say criminal justice system, is from the day they lost a police report until the end of the court case. So if you go to the next slide. And this is another stat that we would like to share. This is police stats on the rape cases reported in 2017. As you can see, more than 1,000 cases reported, but only 42% went to court. Like only 42% of the perpetrators has been charged for the crime committed, and only 30% secured conviction. So this is where I see what happened to the case in between of the criminal justice system. Next. So that's when we started our victim support service work. We collaborate with One Stop Crisis Center in government hospitals where victims of sexual assault and domestic violence get medically treated. And with their victims' consent, we will do further interventions, either by counseling or referring child victims to play therapies, or giving legal advice on criminal justice process, and also follow up with the agencies on the progress of the case, and later on accompany victims in court during the court trials. So this is basically this is a special, I would say special, services which is provided by the only NGO in Malaysia. We are the only one who is doing this victim support service work. Next. And our victim support service work is throughout the criminal justice system. Is not one-off. We provide interventions throughout, from the day of the case has been reported to the police until the court stage. We follow up. We do immense interventions or immense follow-ups with either with the victims and the key agencies who involved in the criminal justice system. And we also collect the data so that we can use the data to lobby for a better, sorry, I'm taking so much of time. I would like to speed up. So moving on, next. And we also have produced a lot of resources that you can find from our website in multi-languages to understand the criminal court process. Next. And this is one of the challenges. When we journey with the victims, we could see this is one of the challenges faced by the victims, which is the secondary victimization. Secondary victimization is the results of victims being victimized again, not as a direct result of the crime, but from how their environment among them is treating them. So we could see in 3 different stages. Next. So during the disclosure of the incident, we could see a lot of victims, they are not believed by the society or by their family members, or when they are the family members refuse to recognize the victim's experience, and sometimes, especially in domestic violence cases, the society tends to advise the victim to reconcile with the perpetrator for the sake of the family name. So these are the challenges faced by victim. Next. And during the reporting and also during the investigation process, where the victims are not believed or blamed for the crimes that happen to them, like the investigating officer from the police department, it's like giving remarks to them to say that you have equally contributed to the crime that happened to you, or there is a lengthy process of investigation. We have seen clients who gone through like 6 hours of interrogation by the police officers, and also the unethical media reporting. Although we have a law which protects the children, still there are medias who disclose the child's information, which makes that child to be very shameful and also withdraw the report. And the third one is, moving on, is during the court process, they are not there are lack of victim support. They don't know where to go, how to testify in court. Some of the protections available, like the video lifeline, is not in working order, or they are intimidated having appear in the court. So these are some of the challenges faced by the victims throughout the criminal justice system, which makes them to withdraw or give up or drop out throughout the system. Next. So if a victim is not believed, of course, his or her trauma will increase and not able to testify well. And it also leads to justice not being served, and there won't be any healing or recovery victim. So as part of to respond on this, next. So we have been responding towards secondary victimization through various forms. If you follow from our social medias, you could see a lot of we are doing a lot of projects and posters on raising public awareness. And we can go to the next slides. And we also produce creative online resources. And for this video, we have produced a video on challenging victim blaming in sexual assault incidents. And I think this video you can watch later, since we are running out of time. You can get this video link from our YouTube or our social medias. And also we have been regularly doing a lot of awareness talks and engaging actively in mainstream and also social media to bring changes. Is there a time to play the video? If not, I'm just moving on. And besides doing a direct support for victims, we also provide trainings and dialogues, doing a lot of dialogues with key agencies. And apart from this, is to sensitize officers or enforcement agencies to handle victims better. And next. We also worked with Penang state government for domestic violence cases to launch a safe family policy and train representatives from service centers on handling cases involving domestic violence, especially involving women. And we produced a handbook in 4 languages to talk about to give a basic understanding on domestic violence. So these are a few things that WCC has been doing in responding towards the challenges faced by victims and children, especially in domestic violence and sexual assault cases. So I think that's all for my presentation today. I will pass back to, yes, this is another one that I would like to highlight. As I said, in 2009, we published this research report where we analyzed court cases. This year, we analyzed the victim support services that we provided for victims from 2015 to 2019, especially for sexual crime cases. And we could see a lot of positive results. We saw an increase in a huge increase in conviction rates, and we saw a reduce in victims attrition. So these are we could say that WCC's work gives impacts towards the outcome of victims seeking justice. So if you'd like to more about us and you would like to support us, you can follow us on social media and also visit our website. And since as I said, we run by public fund, if you'd like to donate money, you can scan this QR code and donate to us. And that's all for this my presentation today. And I am really sorry for taking up time. Over to the MC now.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hastini. Don't worry about that. We're really great. We really feel grateful to have you here with us today. So thank you very much, Ms. Hastini, for your very insightful presentation. You talk about how domestic violence is essentially a systemic issue where gender inequality affects domestic violence, just how domestic violence also affects gender inequality itself, and making it a vicious cycle, actually. You also talk about how in Malaysia, there's a police force which specifically specific job is to handle sexual violence cases, the D11 force. And you also talk about how domestic violence is not a single agency issues, and therefore there has to be an integrated system in handling domestic violence, including agencies such as WCC, which works has helped victims of sexual violence and also domestic violence. So you also recommended to us the video, and I personally have watched the video. I think it's really great, and definitely will recommend the participants to check it out later, as it definitely puts you into the perspective of domestic violence victims and how hard is it to come out with their cases, and especially seeking help from authorities regarding it. So thank you very much for your presentation. Now, next, we'll be moving on to the forum session of the event, where we'll be discussing with our panelists today, Mr. Jose and Ms. Verzana, about gender-based violence in Asia, and more specifically towards their expertise and their knowledge of it. And of course, Ms. Hastini, you're also welcome to join the forum discussion as well. So first and foremost, let's get to know our panelists. Mr. Jose is one of the co-founders of Hope Helps Network and is now the General Director of Hope Helps Network. He has also had several positions in Hope Helps Network over the years, such as the Media and Propaganda Director from 2017 to 2019. He also played the role of an advisor for Hope Helps Network, and today he is the General Director of Hope Helps. In the past, he was involved in the efforts of raising awareness of sexual harassment case and advocacy of sexual harassment issue in the campus environment. Here with us, we also have Ms. Verzana, or we could also call her Ms. Fear, and she is the founder and president of Monster Among Us, a youth-led NGO that upholds children's rights and combats child sexual abuse. Monster Among Us was initiated as a symposium in 2017 when Fear was the president of IIUM's Asian Law Student Association and is now registered as a society under the Registry of Societies. For the past 4 years, Fear has spearheaded many youth-centered initiatives to build awareness on rights and equipping the society on child rights itself, especially for the children and also young people on the dangers of sexual abuse. So without further ado, let's welcome with us here, Mr. Jose and Ms. Fear. Okay, so I think to begin the forum session, as previously have been talked about, Ms. Hastini, you've also talked about how domestic violence is a systematic problem. So I think we should start by discussing that. For each of the panelists, I think we could talk about this on how do you think that gender-based violence is a systemic issue? Maybe we could start with Mr. Jose.
Thank you for the time.
Sir,
Sorry, Mr. Jose, but you're still muted.
I'm so sorry. Technical issues. Okay, thank you for the time, Nasha. I think Ms. Hastini has already explained it very well and pretty comprehensive that it is systemic issues due to the fact that the root cause of gender-based violence is gender inequality itself. We know that since birth, each human has been set to a certain gender roles, and those gender roles are dictated by the social norms. There are I can say that it's more beneficial towards the cisgendered men. So yeah, it is a systemic issues, and due to the fact that the root cause of it is gender inequality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jose. Now let's go to Ms. Fear. Would you agree with the statement, Ms. Fear? How do you think that GBV is a systemic issue?
Thank you to the organizer and to my fellow panel. It's a pleasure to speak for ALSA, considering that I was in ALSA as well back then. Okay, to address the first question, I thank Ms. Hasini for again laying down the really essential foundation for us to understand the meaning of GBV and how it functions or how it manifests itself in our society. However, I would like to highlight some key points which are basically how GBV is rooted in gender inequality and how it's basically enabled by the abuse of power and also harmful norms. So the examples that Ms. Hastini has given is very much Malaysian contextualized, but if we bring it to a more international scale, GBV manifests itself, for instance, in child marriages, honor killings, FGM, like female genital mutilation, domestic violence, and the list goes on and on. So if you ask me, why is it still a systemic problem? Because it's rooted in our social norms and our beliefs. When it comes to social norms, we're talking about long ingrained and deeply rooted mindset and perceptions that we hold as a society. And when we want to talk about social norms, we have to talk about individual mindsets. It means we have to address a person's thinking on one thing to another person, to another person, to a person. And obviously it will take time for us to change a society's mindset. Like in the past, LGBT was not seen as a right, it was seen as a mental health issue. But now it's the fabric in our society has changed. So the questions that we have to ask ourselves is how we actually perceive gender. Is it a social construct, or is it a religious endowment, brought down by the higher power to regulate our lives as human beings? Or is it just a label, in the piece of paper that we tick our names inevitably every time we fill out a form? So to eradicate GBV, I believe we have to challenge our own biases. For instance, do you guys hear my okay, let me I'm so sorry for that. Okay, so again, like I said, we have to challenge our internal biases first. For instance, when we ask ourselves, who deserves to be in the position of leadership? What's your answer? Do you think about a particular gender, or are you like, oh, anyone can be? Then you ask yourself more questions that may challenge your bias. For instance, who should hold the door for me? Should it be a guy? Should it be anyone? And these questions that we ask ourselves, these are our internal and personal biases that we hold. But these biases, if uncontained and if it's misguided by discriminatory perceptions, it will lead to the whole gender inequality culture. So we have to pause and ponder, why are we putting free souls like ourselves into boxes and stacking up expectations upon expectations on people by saying, mothers are the more nurturing roles as compared to fathers, or saying like, men should be the one leading the country. Who decided these things, and we are allowed as a community to move forward, to challenge this old mindset or all cultures that we've been holding on. And my second point to why GBV is still a systemic problem, because it's a social norm issue, it leads to the perpetuation of power imbalance in a society. And obviously power imbalance is the main cause of GBV. And GBV is a manifestation of lack of representation. So like what Ms. Hastini has said so very clearly in her presentation, young girls are literally made to believe that they are second in a society. The moment we were born, we give the bigger responsibility to the boy in the family, not believing that the girl in the family can do the same. Women are actually made to believe, we are groomed to take in the fact that we always come second when we are in workplaces. And more often than not, women are not at the decision-making table. So how do these, daily daily manifestations of gender inequality that we see and how it leads to the phenomenon of GBV is that when there is no representation by all genders in the decision-making process, coming from different gender sects, for instance, the women, the queer, the transgender community, who is there at the table to voice their concerns? So many distractions, y'all. I apologize. So as I was saying, there is no privileged man in this world who can speak or narrate a woman's story better than the woman itself, the woman herself. No man can explain the fear of going back home from work alone, as a man. No man can speak for a woman. But we turn the coin on the other side as well. No woman out there can speak about the societal pressure that a man has to go through when it comes to holding responsibilities. No girl can explain the invalidation of a man who has been raped because of discriminatory laws that do not recognize men rape victims. So for us to ensure that GBV is stopped and is not further enabled as a society, we must make sure from where you guys are, we don't have to talk about the government, the parliament, we talk about where you guys are at now. You guys are in a law student association. Are you guys enabling, ensuring that all genders are given full, equal, and meaningful participation in your society? Are you ensuring that, people in power, especially those in the higher boards, are you making sure that all considerations are taken into all different vulnerabilities, all the different needs of your members? Are you listening to them? And are you encouraging protection and empowerment for the marginalized ones? So my last words to address the first question is we must first listen to the victims. And once we have listened, we then platform their voices. Because when victims are not given the rights to speak up, they're not given the space to tell their stories will not be translated into laws, their stories will not be translated into policies, and for sure, their stories will not be taken into lessons to develop better and more equal gender equality norms in a particular country. So that's my response for the first question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fear. That was a really great elaboration on how GBV is a systematic issue itself. And I do have a follow-up about that. So in our registration, we asked the participants on why do they think gender-based violence is still very prevalent in Asia. And I'm going to read two opinions here. First, from Yeon Jo-hye from Seoul National University, South Korea. They think that it is an issue of a combination of institutional dirt and awareness of gender equality in Asia. In particular, patriarchal culture and gender discrimination exist in some Asian countries, which is the source of gender violence. And here we also have an opinion from Umar Daniel bin Nasaruddin from Malaysia. Because the society still enables toxic masculinity and the segregation of gender roles and power according to gender. So in regards to both of these opinions, I would like to ask the panelists, do you think that there is a relation between patriarchal culture and more specifically to gender-based violence? And does patriarchal culture just benefit men or does it actually also is not good for men as well? What is your response to this? Let's start with Ms. Harstini, perhaps.
Hello?
So in terms of
Sorry.
Yes, Ms. Harstini, you were saying.
Thank you, Jasmine.
I think there's another participant who wants to raise a question. Why not you just put it in the chat box first? I think the MCs will raise it later.
Yes, thank you very much.
In terms of addressing patriarchal issues, when we say patriarchal, all of us will think, a specialty is given to a man or a specific gender, and men are privileged to have that specialty. But actually, patriarchal culture it affects any genders. Let's say if a man he wants to be a chef, but the society tells him cooking is only for women, it's not for men. But his passion is on the cooking. So a lot of values has been has been rojak in Malaysian context. Like people's conception has been like, they are very blur on how to handle a human. That's the basic thing. And freedom of violence is like a fundamental human rights issue. When we say human, it includes any gender. Human, as long as you are a human, you have a rights on you over your body, over whatever you are doing. So people are not, addressing that. So when we say patriarchal, yes, it affects everyone, every gender, especially in particularly women and children, especially women, because women is seen as a person who is weak or vulnerable, or who is lower than another gender. So when you have this wrong gender perspectives, it will causes a lot of, like, when you ask about systematic problem, yes, it will cause to a lot of issues. For example, if I would like to give family violence issues that like increasing now due to the COVID situation, where everyone is trapped in a same house with the perpetrator, whether it's a domestic violence or sexual assault involving family members. When the children is watching their father is abusing the mother, for them it's like either they are afraid to go out and trust another person or trust another gender, or when they victimized or when they witnessed that, they felt like it's okay for me to bully others. So when they go out or when they like grow, violence is like normal for them because it's happening in their house. So they try to do it at the school. Let's say they become a bully in a school, or let's say in future they become a perpetrator, or they have been victimized. So it's like a circle. It's like a cycle. You are trapped in the cycle because of a lot of like values, which is gender discriminative. And it also affects the productivity of the economy. When a person who couldn't work, who couldn't perform at work, it affects the economy of the country. So when we see the problem, it's not actually the family's issue, like how people like to quote, or domestic violence is a family matter. It's not. It is a societal concern because it affects everyone. So the patriarchal culture affects the victim, the vulnerable groups like the women and children, the men themselves, and also the society at large. So these are my opinion, a few cents about the patriarchal cultures.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hastini. Okay, let's go to Mr. Jose about this. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Jose?
Thank you, Nasha. Yeah, it is a societal issue. First of all, patriarchal. But if I might add, from what Ms. Hastini already said, there is this like embedded values within our society that create a stratification of gender, especially putting a cisgendered heterosexual man as the apex predator in the stratification gender. So in a way that they are the main predator. If men do not abide with the gender norms that are created towards this classification of cisgendered heterosexuals, then they would be part of the victim in gender-based violence. So we need to see this. Yes, what Ms. Hastini said is really correct. We need to see this as a societal issues, which every part of the society can be the victim and can be the perpetrator, in a way that they create an environment that is supporting the gender-based violence itself. So that's my 1 or 2 cents in addition towards what Ms. Hastini already said.
Totally agree. Let's go to Ms. Fear about this issue.
I would have to echo my fellow panelists on this. And I think I've elaborated in my answer earlier that, it is the duty of the society to challenge our own internal dialogues or biases that we have. And once we challenge those biases, once we know we are on the right track, then we try to see how we can also bring the changes to the society at large. Yes.
Thank you very much for your elaborations, panelists. Now, I think when talking about the status quo of the gender inequality itself, which I think in Asia it's still there are still a lot of gender equality happening, especially when it is such a systemic issue. But do you think that this status quo of gender inequality also affects the formulation of laws on to eliminate gender-based violence itself, and more specifically, formulation of laws to the sexual violence, to eliminate sexual violence? Let's go to Mr. Jose first about this.
Yeah. That's a good question, Nasha. Thank you so much for the questions. Usually, I'd like to say that there are two huge problems in terms of regulations and law. First of all, yes, the lack of regulations and law itself. But then the second one is the lack of knowledge. The lack of knowledge from the legislators, the administrators, the government, and when combined, it could create it could pose the biggest challenge towards the eradication of sexual violence and gender-based violence. First of all, regarding lack of regulations and law, this is actually a simple legal principle, the principle of legality. We cannot judge judge something that is not regulated by law. As simple as that. Yes, we know most of our democratic country or non-democratic country, part of the UN, most of the UN member nation, they need to have a sort of set of law that are ruling the country, the rule of law. But but mostly, when we talk about rule of law, the law itself needs to be defined. Then it could rule. So the problem is we need to define how we could eradicate sexual violence through our law and our regulations. The problem is that most of our governments, officials, our regulators, our legislators, they do not know what is sexual violence. They do not know what constitutes gender-based violence. Therefore, the second problem, lack of knowledge. This lack of, in a short sentence, I could say that lack of knowledge is the root cause of ignorance, and the ignorance itself is the root cause of oppression. So we can see in a society that has that the authority that has no knowledge regarding sexual violence or gender-based violence, there are more. We could find tendency of sexual violence in the society. They are being left untreated. Being left untreated by the law, and the victims, they could not access the justice that they want to have or they deserve to have. So yes, the lack in regulations, the lack in the law itself, also the lack of knowledge, it poses a big challenge towards the eradication of sexual violence, especially also gender-based violence, for the future and for the society itself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jose. And next, let's go to Ms. Hastini about this.
So on the laws and policies or regulations, discriminative regulations, I would say, I would like to repeat again, it starts from a patriarchal social values. Because in Malaysia, laws are passed by parliaments. Parliament members are representatives chosen by society, by the public. So when there is a representative, a man or a woman, or when, let's say in this constituency, one man and one woman is fighting for the vote. Of course, the public with active patriarchal social values, they will go for a man because they felt like man is the ketua keluarga, or man is the leader. Man leads well compared to women, and women's work is in the kitchen. Women get pregnant. Women are emotionally not strong. So there are a lot of values they put within themselves. So they don't have the gender lens to see that, hey, I should choose by the qualification and not by gender. But let's say they elected a man. So the parliaments will be consist of more men compared to women. So the laws and regulations are they are done by men who are mostly there, and men they more, I would say, like, not all men lah. Some men maybe not seeing the violence from the victims or women and children's perspectives. But in Malaysia, after a long of fights between a long of lobbying work by the civil society organizations, we have a gender officer for each ministry in Malaysia, particularly for women's ministry, who looks at the law, and to look at the law to see whether it is gender discriminative or not. And also the parliamentarians, they work together now. I'm talking about now in 2021. They work together with NGOs before they draft in the drafting of any bill. So we are, in changing towards a better country for laws and regulations that are not discriminative according to the gender, but still a lot of work needed to be done, because in between we have seen a lot of like challenges as well to put up. And it's a challenge still in Malaysia to pass a sexual harassment bill. We don't have a law for sexual harassment, and victims has to fight a lot of avenues, to get justice. So it's not a short-term process, it's a long-term process, especially for sexual harassment, which the women's group has been like fighting over 20 years just to get an act. And it's not that sexual harassment is not happening in Malaysia, it is happening on daily basis. We are reading a lot of news that students are being harassed by their teachers, or law students or law chambering students. They are harassed by their masters in law firm, but nothing can be done because we don't have an actual law. Like, they can get justice, but it's not a easy process. So there are a lot of like challenges to go through. But in terms of Malaysia, I could see we are taking like baby steps to get laws and regulations that is gender neutral.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hastini. It's glad to hear that Malaysia is having a better outlook in making legislation to eradicate gender-based violence, and especially sexual violence itself. Now, Ms. Peer, let us know your opinion, if anything to add to this.
Yeah, I would say these are like Malaysia is with the zygote steps instead of baby steps. I mean, we are progressing in some parts, but at the same time, it's been 20 years, like what Ms. Hastini said, and we still don't have a sexual harassment act. So I don't know if that's something to be proud of. But I think one thing that I can add to the discussion is the role of not just parliamentarians or politicians. Malaysia in 2017 actually went through a huge milestone in the child protection system, whereby we enacted the Sexual Offences Against Children Act 2017. And to me, the success of the billing of that particular act was due to the immense pressure from the society at large. And we weren't just talking about politicians. They were the last to come on board. The voice that actually pushed for the bill was from the NGOs like WCC and many other strong, more established organizations in Malaysia. We had the media on board as well. They were the ones who led the national scale campaign to talk about how grooming is actually a crime. Like what Mr. Jose said earlier, you can't criminalize anything if it's not a crime. So at that point of time in 2017, sexual grooming was not seen as a crime in Malaysia. So if any perverted adult who wants to talk to a child is not deemed as a crime, because there was just no law back then. But due to the pressure from the society and from different groups who actually came together, who were on the same page to say that, hey, sexual grooming is a crime, we need to have a specific act to address sexual violence against children, hence the success of that particular act. But then again, you see, when it comes to the discussion of children, people are more open to, being on the same page. But when it comes to gender-related issues, it's always a struggle. And to me, it all relates back to the whole discussion of everyone on the fact that gender inequality is still very prominent in our Asian countries. Our Asian norms, enable and allows these misguided social norms to be continued in the society. So yeah, that's my response.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fear. So next, I'd like to go to Mr. Jose. I think from your expertise, you've also been involved in handling sexual violence cases in campus itself. And I would like to ask, from your experience, how do you think gender-based violence and especially sexual violence affect the victims psychologically, emotionally, and also reproductively?
Okay, in terms of gender-based violence, it is actually an umbrella term. So we need to see gender-based violence not only as sexual violence, but also all other kind of violence that are driven by gender. And there are a lot of effects that could be produced or created due to the nature of the violence itself. There are psychological violence, sexual violence, physical violence, and the list are go on and go on. But the effects itself, we could categorize it into four big groups. There are physiomedical effect, psychological effect, economic effect, and social effect. In terms of physiomedical, it is actually pretty straightforward. There could be cut, bruises, wounds. In terms of reproductive, it could be cut, bruises towards the reproductive organs, or even infertility. Also, internal wounds also included in this effect group for physiomedical. It could be short term, and it could also be long term. For psychological, this psychological effect tend to be the one that is the hardest to detect, because we need to see the subtle characteristic that are shown by this effect. Some of them are mental instability, mental health issues, mostly mental health issues that are caused by trauma. Also, there could be self-isolation or even suicide tendency. In terms of economic effect, this group of effect are the one that mostly people mostly do not talk about the economic side effect of gender-based violence. For example, if we give more platform towards men than towards women, then the income towards women would be lower than the income towards men. That's just one part of the effect of gender-based violence in economic setting. The other example is that if the victim experience a long-term effect that could affect their production capability, then they could not create or procreate, and it's a huge problem actually in the world where economics really matters for the long term. And then the fourth group is social, and this is also this is where the Ms. Hastini and Ms. Fair already spoken before about the social norms, how victims could be excluded from the society, victims could experience stigma, victims could experience labels, and even it could lead to other parts of effects. So when we talk about this group of effects, they are not standalone. They could happen at once, 4 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, or even one of the side effect group could create another side effect group. So it is quite complex if we're talking about a side effect. However, it is not captured. Currently, not many of our regulators captured the idea of the side effects. They only captured the idea of physiomedical group, but not in the psychological aspect, not in the economic aspect, and not in the social, especially in the social aspect. So, so it is a challenge. It is a challenge for us to address these side effects of gender-based violence, I think, Asha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for your elaboration. I think it's also very true, and especially in a society or in a place where people are really sensitive toward the issue of gender-based violence, psychological effects of gender-based violence tends to get overlooked, and they should be taken more seriously, especially towards sexual violence cases that happens years ago. I think it's very hard for medical experts to detect any physical signs, and definitely the psychological aspect of it should be taken into account. Thank you very much, Mr. Jose. Okay, I would like to have a lot more discussion, but I'm very afraid our time will be up. So I'm just going to go around our panelists here. Based on your experience, the biggest and also the biggest challenge, what is your hope and outlook for the eradication of gender-based violence itself? Let's start with Ms. Fair.
Okay, so I think my last words are I want to dedicate my last portion of today's event to talk about the violence, the sexual violence that Malaysia has been going through in our schools. So in the recent months, Malaysia has witnessed many sexual harassment cases in our national schools, and I think it's all based on two major reasons. So the first thing was what we've been discussing since the get-go, which is perpetuation of rape culture, how schools allow teachers to make jokes about rape, and not providing a safe space for survivors to speak up. Because whenever we talk about rape culture, it's all about desensitizing the society to sexual violence and equating them to something nothing like a crime. Because we know for a fact that sexual violence, for instance, like rape, molestation and whatnot, these are all crimes. But because of rape culture, the society is made confused or blinded by the fact that it's probably nothing, it's probably a joke, it's probably the girls are just making a huge fuss out of this. Why it's very important for us to pause and to really think about how detriment rape culture is, because whenever a survivor speaks up about his or her story, we ask 101 questions about the authenticity and the truth behind the story. But once a predator comes up and say, I wasn't involved in this, I did not do this, we are satisfied as a society. Okay, he's clean, she's clean, let's not question more. So the rape culture that we as a society allow to happen is the fact that we are not willing to change our ways. We are not willing to make our system, our structure more survivor friendly, but we expect the survivor to adjust his or her life to survive in this cruel world. For instance, if a person is sexually harassed online, we expect that person to make his or her account private, when in reality that's his or her inherent right to do whatever they want on social media. But again, because of us holding on to the rape culture that we hold on to, we don't want to change our ways. We put it on the victims, we put it on the marginalized ones to you have to change your ways to ensure that you're not a victim to gender-based violence. But lastly, and I think a more actionable way that we can move forward from this discussion is how, as a society, we need to increase or heighten up our standards of protection to on the marginalized ones. For instance, the school situation, the fiasco that Malaysia is going through right now, it just shows how low of a standard that Malaysia is, that Malaysia has when it comes to child protection. A survivor in schools don't know who to go to. If a child goes to the counselor talks crap to the whole school, and the whole school knows that this person is already abused. So when it comes to child protection, and also to not just children, to women protection, to boys protection, it's about creating a safe ecosystem. It's not just about the individual and the perpetrator. Is the system in schools safe enough for survivors want to tell their stories? Are institutions are they establishing laws and policies in their particular organization to ensure that their staff are regulated by this gender policy or child protection policy? So when it comes to these kind of things, it can be translated into more feasible and tangible measures, but it all takes for one person to challenge their biases and to influence the people around them, then only it can be translated into more tangible measures. So that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fear, for your closing statement. Next, let's go to Mr. Jose.
First of all, for all of us here, I think we need to start with empathy. We need to see human as human. That's the basic roots of every human being, for them to being able to eradicate sexual violence or gender-based violence in general. And the second of all, just don't be the perpetrator. Study really hard, like really detail on how you can avoid being the perpetrator. There are lots of information out there. I believe you can reach out and look on the details, and you can improve yourself. And the second thing is that don't gaslight. Don't gaslight the victim. It is important that we provide. I'd like to emphasize what Ms. Fair said. It is important that we have a safe ecosystem. It's not only about the perpetrator and the victim, but the ecosystem itself, the society itself, and you are also part of the society. So it's important for us to not be the gaslighter. The third, please be a smart bystander. If you see any gender-based violence, sexual violence, be a smart bystander. If you think that you're not capable to come and involved in to separate the victim and the perpetrator, there are lots of ways that you can learn on how to handle the violence from the perspective of bystander. And also regarding the safe environment, I think it is important that each and every one of us to begin with from within, by not do anything that could, what I said before, victimize the victim, or also legitimize the rape culture. I think every one of us need to take part in the eradication of gender-based violence. It's not only about the government, it's not only about the regulators, it's each and every one of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jose. That was very good closing statement. Now let's go to Ms. Hastini.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Jose and Fear also. If you want to see a change, the change should come from yourself, from me, before we point another person. So you ask yourself, if let's say suddenly your sister gets raped, will you protect her or will you blame her for her dressing or for her being very socialized with the public? So if you blame her, so you are part of the society who promotes patriarchal or social norms. So you should ask yourself, am I the person who wants to see a change? Am I changing? So if you feel like you have changed, you have to change your perspective. You don't have to go and do a lot of research or study or go for university in London just to do gender laws or gender courses. No, it's happening right in front of you. If you feel not comfortable, ask question. If you feel like your mother is controlling your father, your mother is controlling your emotionally abusing your father, what are the steps you have taken to protect your father? So, and then if you talk about violence, it's not only physical, like you can see visible bruises. There are psychological violence, different types of violence that people don't have the awareness that, oh, this is a violence. We had a lot of clients, since we are handling a lot of domestic violence cases. We have husbands who physically assaulted their wives, felt that I can't control, I need help. So they have come they feel very open to ask for help. So this is what we ask for the society. Be more open on accepting whatever happens between around you, and see if something goes wrong, what's your role? You don't have to study law just to be a lawyer. Like, you can control your rights. And the thing starts from the house, from the smaller pace. And for the government also, even an NGO like WCC, with limited resources, we only have 10 to 15 paid staff to do activities, raising awareness activities for the society. We should ask the same question to the government. They have the capacity to do more. They are not doing. So we have to highlight that, and we need platform to highlight that. So once everyone started to speak up for their rights against the violence, then we can see a better change. And change can't happen in one night. It would take like longer time. but start from small. That's my last opinion lah for the participants who are listening here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hastini, Mr. Jose, and Ms. Rizana for your elaboration to the issue. That has been a very, very insightful and eventful session. Next, we want to hear some opinions and questions as well from the participants. So we will be opening a Q&A session for 2 questions. To all the participants who would like to ask, please use the raise hand feature to speak directly or write the question through the Zoom chat and make sure to send it to everyone. All right, thank you very much. It seems that we have a question here from Myanmar, Mr. Het Aung Kiao. I would like to apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name.
Okay, my name is Ta Aung Kiao. I'm from Fodia LLP, law student from Myanmar, and I would like to discuss about the gender-based violence, especially the domestic violence. Domestic violence is the worst community, is the worst action in our modern community. Domestic violence or in ancient time, a wife beating a husband, a wife beating a wife that beaten from her husband has accepted the traditional method from the ancient society, but in modern community, and this action was amount to crime. You know, this is the worst community. We should protect. We should protect this action. And domestic violence is defined as the violence that happens at the home and can include gender-based violence, violence against women, and violence against children. Domestic violence is a term most commonly used in ASEAN countries. Domestic violence is gender-based violence is a violence that someone faces because of the gender, more commonly because they are not complying with gender normative roles. This violence is often based on an abuse of power between genders. Yeah, we can protect this action of domestic violence. Domestic violence is the most takes-place action during lockdown.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Het Aung Kiao.
I would like to just
Yes, what is your question? I do not mean to interrupt your speech, but as we have limited time, I think you should directly ask your question.
Yeah, I don't want to ask the question. I would only discuss about the gender-based violence. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll have a lot more time for that in the discussion session. Next, we'll be going to Mr. Angelo, and I think it'd be really great if you could directly ask the question.
Yes, first and foremost, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you, Nasha. So I have 2 questions. Number 1, in 2013, the Supreme Court of India declared that the 2-finger test during medical examination violates the right to privacy. I just want to ask your opinions, dear panelists, about this 2-finger test, since many countries still conduct this test to determine if the hymen is still intact and to accurately, quote and unquote, accurately determine a woman's virginity. And my second question is, many countries, if not all, are signatories of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, wherein it stipulates there that people cannot be discriminated according to their gender and creed. So my question is, why is it that these countries still find it hard to combat the gender-based violence? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angelo. So the question, I think this relates with virginity testing. Is there any of our panelists who would like to answer this first? Perhaps we could go to Ms. Hastini.
Yeah, if I could understand the question properly, like victims has to go through a virginity test to prove that she has been raped. Is that right?
Yes, please. Yes, yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
So that is a common, how to say, practices that victims have been going through, especially during the court process, I would say, because a perpetrator is presumed innocent until he is proven guilty in court. So to prove a person guilty, you have to come up with a lot of evidences to back up that, to prove that the perpetrator is not guilty at all. So in terms of proving the perpetrator is not guilty, either the perpetrator or the counsel or the defense counsel who is representing the perpetrator could create up a lot of stories. Oh, according to the medical report, there is a medical old hymen tear on you. So it means that this is not your first time sex. You are sexually active, and now you suddenly wants to like provoke this and wants to take action against an innocent person. So these are a lot of like victim blaming values or remarks that we have to, even in WCC, we have to deal with it, because all these questions will, demotivate the victim to speak more. And if there is enough time, I would like to share this case. This guy, this boy, he is 12 years old. He was molested and sodomized by his neighbor, who is a male also. And in the court, the defense lawyer said that you are a bully in that flat, in that apartment. So you create up stories to go against this innocent person. So that makes the boy to get angry, for him to feel, hey, I'm the victim. I'm saying that he has molested me and sodomized me, and I'm being a boy, destroy all the social norms telling them that men shouldn't complain, but I complain. But what kind of justice I get? So the same things go for the virginity test as well. Although we have a proper law, the law doesn't speak on victims' perspective. The law is very neutral. If a person committed a rape, either he will be sentenced or he will be discharged from the sentence. That's all. So what are the healing process for the victim? Nothing. So the law focuses more on fighting for justice and taking actions or giving punishments to perpetrators, rather than thinking about the mental and emotional or psychological feelings of a victim to be asked, you create up a story, you make up a story. So there are a lot of these are the values, these are secondary victimization that WCC has been responded throughout our training, because the same person is same officer is handling a lot of cases.
Yes.
So our focus is to train that officer to see the crime from a victim's perspective as well, and not to blame the victim for causing or provoking the crime, saying that he or she provoked the crime and that's why perpetrator acted in this way. But they have to understand violence is wrong. Violence is not a solution for you to solve a problem. So it involves a lot layers of trainings and dialogues and meetings just to change this perspective. So that's for the virginity test. And the second question, could you repeat again?
My question goes like this, Ms. Astini. Many countries, if not all, are signatories to the United Nations. Yeah.
Yes. So Malaysia, I'm speaking from Malaysia's experience, our position as well. We are the signatories for CEDAW, the Convention Against the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And we are the signatory of Child Convention's Rights, which says that you shouldn't discriminate a child. But we are still seeing a lot of child marriage cases in Malaysia. We are seeing a lot of sexual assault cases increasing in Malaysia, especially in COVID pandemic. So it is I think there should be a due diligence to the government to prove that we have signed this. What are our commitment to change this? I think back in 2 years ago, Malaysia government came up back then, the previous Malaysian government, they came up with 5 years national plan to combat child marriage issues in Malaysia. And after then, there was a change in government, and we don't know what happened to the national plan. And the government is not open enough to share what are their initiative to combat sexual assault against women and children or against any gender. So these are the issues that we have been facing, not only in Malaysia, I'm sure in other countries, Asian countries also, that there is no due diligence. There is no direct openness from the enforcement people to say that to combat this, we are doing this. Like how Ms. Pierre raised out about the school issue. The school issue happened like 2 months ago, and until now, we don't see a concrete solution for a next student to complain that I am harassed again by this person. So it is the government's responsibility to show their commitment, although they have signed for the name purpose and with a few reservations, of course, but what is their ultimate purpose of signing that international treaties? Yeah, so that's my opinion. I mean, we could have a lot of dialogues on this, but this is not the correct platform to discuss. We should have an engagement with government agencies to discuss more how we can help or complement each other, to support each other, to work for the public. Yeah, that's my
Thank
answer.
you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hastini. I hope that answered your question, Angelo. We have a time for just one more question, and here I could see Pia from Indonesia. What question would you like to ask?
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the speakers for conducting a very informative discussion. Asia, if to be exact, Indonesia, hold the culture and religion very dearly in our daily basis, especially patriarchy, right? And I heard Ms. Firda said that cultures build a mindset and of the cultural people, in which this means a public society. Do you think the government should and could interfere with a culture and a religion that symbolizes general inequality as an act to change the society mindset in the long term by establishing regulation and eliminating certain ceremonies? Thank you so much.
I think I can try to respond to Pia's question. My personal opinion is I think governments and state authorities should take the human rights-based approach whenever it comes to governance. You should not intertwine with religion, with culture, but it is important to acknowledge that we live in a very dynamic and agile society. We are not dismissing any diversity that our society can offer. But when it comes to governance, when it comes to addressing or responding to crimes and violence against the people, it has to be human rights based. For instance, if you look into the COVID pandemic situation right now, right? We're all stressing on vaccination equity. We're all stressing on, ensuring that, our SRHR services are open and accessible to all. But if we look into the laws, for instance, again, the context that I can give is Malaysia, right? Many of our laws are not human rights based, are not rights based, but they are needs based. So when it's needs based, you deny the rights of people who you think don't need. And then the government or the people in power are not being accountable on the shortcomings on their part. So if we as a government or as the governing structure of the country upholds the rights-based approach in addressing issues like this, I think it will be a better way to address it, because a religion says one thing, another religion says one thing, another culture says one thing, another culture says the other. So if we take the rights-based approach, everyone gets everything because they are entitled to. And like what Mr. Angelo said earlier, like a lot of countries in the world are signatories to the Human Rights Convention and whatnot, right? But if we don't take the rights-based approach, then we will think, once we go into the position of power, we will then think, oh, okay, this group of people may not need the financial aid, for instance. These people deserve more. When in reality, if you are a human being, you are already, entitled to your inherent rights. There are no questions to it. Your rights are inalienable. Your rights are indivisible. So that's why it's very important for a government or for a governing body or structure in a society or country to take the rights-based approach, so that you avoid neglecting, parts of the society that may not have a strong voice as compared to other people in the society. So people who are marginalized, people who are often dismissed or disregarded, if the country takes the needs-based approach, they will basically just hear what's loud, and they will then neglect and dismiss and forget about the ones who don't have a voice in a particular country. So yeah, but I would like to just respond to Mr. Angelo's second question about how, many countries are already state members to all of these conventions. Yeah, it's great. It looks great on paper, but to me, the UN body and the UN framework is not an indicator to any of our civilization's progress to upholding human rights and all of these strong concepts and words that we've been throwing around today. It all boils down back on the government of that particular state member. Because like it or not, all of these conventions are not binding upon all of the state members. It's just a pretty piece of paper that shows an international and universal standard that we should follow, but it's on the particular countries, on the particular government's willpower and political power to make changes. Like what Ms. Hastini said, we are signatory to the UNCRC. Nonetheless, our schools don't even have child protection policies. Our schools don't even have enough counselors in place. Our schools don't even have reporting framework for victims to speak up. So like it or not, UN is important, but it still goes back to the autonomy and willpower of the particular government of the day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fear. To Ms. Pia, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, then. Well, thank you very much to participants for all the enthusiasm in asking the question. However, because we have limited time, I'm afraid we have to move on to the next session of the event. Again, thank you very much to our speaker and panelists, Ms. Hastini, Mr. Jose, Ms. Firzana. Thank you for your insight and also availability to become the speaker of ALSA International Video Conference July 2021. And next, we will be moving on to the break session right before the discussion session. Before that, however, we are going to have a picture together. So to all the participants, please have your camera turned on and don't forget to smile for the camera. To the publication division of AIVC, the time and place to document is yours.
Okay, thank you, Nasha. Hello, everyone. My name is Via, and today I'm going to take your pictures. So please turn on your camera and hold your smiles for me. There are 3 slides, so please wait for a moment, okay? Okay, I will count to 3 for the first slide. Please smile and turn on your cameras. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait for a minute. Okay, for the second slide, please turn on your camera and smile. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll copy it for a while. Okay, for the last slide, please turn on your camera and smile for me. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you very much, Fia. And again, thank you to all the participants and obviously to our speakers as well. Thank you very much for your time and availability to become the speakers of AIVC July 2021. To all the participants, please stay in the Zoom meeting as we will be moving on to the next session, which is also one of the most awaited sessions of the event, the discussion session to create a policy recommendation. So we're now moving on to the break, and this break session will last for 20 minutes, and participants are expected to stand by then. So thank you very much, and see you participants in 20 minutes.
Bagaimana mengenai situasi pabrik-pabrik yang bisa
Welcome back, participants, to ALSA International Video Conference July 2021 with the theme of Gender-Based Violence in Asia. Our next session is the highlight of the event, which is the discussion session. In this session, we will be discussing topics relating to gender-based violence in Asia in order to draft a policy recommendation as stated in the participant guidelines of AIVC July 2021. In this session, participants will be able to suggest a motion or topic of discussion after the two first obligatory topics, and in the last motion, we will be discussing the points of the policy recommendation. To speak and express their opinions, a participant must first use the raise hand feature on the Zoom chat and let to speak by me as the MC/moderator for the session. Each topic or motion will be discussed for 25 minutes before we move on to the next topic. However, before that, I would like to remind the participant to change the name as stated in the participant's guidelines to participant_name_national chapter or country in the Zoom meeting, to always turn on their camera and mute the microphone, to actively participate in the discussion and ask questions as there will be the Best Participant Award, and to stay until the end of the session as well as filling in the feedback forms to receive the e-certificate. Thank you very much to all of the participants who are able to be here today for our discussion session. Now, to begin our discussion session, we'll be discussing the topic of domestic violence in household during lockdown. So to any participants who would like to speak on that topic, the domestic violence in household during lockdown, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic, please use the raise hand feature to speak. So participants, right now we will begin our discussion session by discussing the domestic violence in household during lockdown and especially in the situation of COVID-19. So to the participants who wish to speak on the issue, please use the raise hand feature. It seems that the participants here are still a bit reluctant to speak, so I think I will go to one participant to share perhaps the condition of domestic violence cases in their home country as well, because from the speakers, we've had some perspective from Indonesia and Malaysia, so I think it'll be great to shed a light on the domestic violence cases in other countries as well. So just going from the participants list here, we have Angelo from the Philippines. Would you care to shed a light on us on the cases of domestic violence in the Philippines, especially during lockdown and in this COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes, thank you, Nasha. I'm sorry that I am not prepared when you called my name, but yeah, with regard, I have also co-delegates here from the Philippines, but please correct me if I'm wrong about my data or datum that I'm going to tell this August hall. So with regard to the domestic violence in households during lockdown here in the Philippines, the PNP or the Philippine National Police reported that the crime, particularly in domestic violence, has dropped. If I'm not mistaken, 64%. The rate of domestic violence has dropped to 64%. But actually, although the data provided some statistics, but as a mere citizen of my country, I don't believe in such because number one, the the key word here is lockdown. So many crimes are not reported. So that's one. So, and at the same time, for me, the domestic violence is rising. Why? Because in violence, it is not just physical abuse, but also there is emotional and economic abuse. No? So what is emotional abuse? So you're battling about not the state of mind, but rather how will you deal with the current situation. Number one, in lockdown, as we all know, many of our compatriots in each and every countries lost their jobs. So that is part of violence, because violence is not just limited to physical, but also in emotional aspect, and at the same time economic abuse. The government always states that we should have enhanced community quarantine or general community quarantine, but at the same time, the help that coming from the government, for me, is just a pinch rather than a help, because um, the government already spends millions, if not trillions of pesos in our currency. But then, as you can see, many are still, even if even the gates of economy already open here in the Philippines, but there are still people who don't have jobs, still don't have jobs. So that's number one. And number two, there are cases of suicidal rates as well in each and every household, because they uh, they don't know how to cope up, and they don't know how to resolve this issue. That's why instead of battling this kind of fiasco, they tend to end their lives. So that's only my observation, and I hope some of my compatriots or co-delegates from the Philippines will shed some light as well, and not just my word of mouth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela, for your observation in regards to domestic violence, especially in the case of lockdown in the Philippines. Are there any delegates who would like to add to this? We would really appreciate a fresh perspective as well. If you do, please don't forget to use the raise hand feature to be selected first to speak. Okay, in this case, yes, Margaret, were you about to say something?
Yes, to add to Angela's insight of the COVID-19 pandemic, actually, the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines has caused really devastating impacts. Especially to the most vulnerable individuals and families across marginalized communities, which specifically for the economically disadvantaged before, particularly the women and girls. So there was a response by the Philippine government, as was articulated in our Bayanihan Heal as One Act. So actually, the purpose of that act or the legislation is to provide a safety net for all affected sectors and protect all Filipinos during this time of pandemic. So there were interviews that were uh, that were imposed or that were done during sometime from the period of April last year until May, to be exact. I think that's April 6 to May 15. There was a specific NGO community where measures were imposed, making where interviews were imposed or done to check the measures, if those measures was imposed to the whole country. So actually, that insight was just the impact of a very specific condition on the vulnerability, on the subpopulation of specific women and girls. So there were restrictions on people's mobility, as what Angela have said. There were strict GCQ, is the general quarantine, community quarantine, wherein people's mobility and closure of non-essential industries were accompanied by a terrifying loss in livelihood for many of the marginalized communities. So the effect was that making these communities increasingly dependent on the public assistance. So there were food distribution and social amelioration also by way of cash grants um, throughout the country, especially on areas where there was an enhanced community quarantine for 60 days. So the objective of that interview was to examine the gendered experiences and capacities and the needs of women, not just women, men, and girls within the marginalized community. So one of that data, perhaps, I cannot just share with you because I'm not also prepared as this, is to strengthen the COVID-19 interventions through the gender responsive and sensitive to projection issues. And of course, they formulate practical and targeted recommendations for various humanitarian stakeholders. So just to share also, the data that were collected through the gender assessments were analyzed also, and there was a practical recommendation for the humanitarian action for that. And although I cannot say that it was completely successful, but based from that data collection and analysis, though there were focus group discussions that were used and that were implemented after that. So I just hope that o- more NGOs will be able to participate, especially us, the law students, who can actively participate in this kind of study. And for these are really very important and very necessary in this time of pandemic. So that's all, and thank you so much, Elsa, for having this kind of discussion too.
Thank you very much, Margaret, for your participation also. So I think before we move on to Catherine here, I think you'd like to say a few words about this. Before that, I think I would like to shed a nuance regarding the issue itself on domestic violence. You know how with COVID-19, everyone is forced to be inside the house, and therefore with people experiencing gender-based violence, they unfortunately have to share that same space with their perpetrators, with the person that is abusing them, and that itself is an issue. So I think moving forward, I think it'd be really great if we could also have a light or information regarding that on how domestic violence was affected actively by the pandemic as well. First, let's go to Catherine here from Singapore.
Hi, hello. Thank you to the other speakers for actually voicing out regarding the situations in their home countries. With respect to Singapore, I think I wouldn't say there has been that much an increase in domestic violence, but ever since last year we had this circuit breaker. So circuit breaker is similar to a lockdown, but we can still go out for necessary requirements if they are. So during the circuit breaker, what happened was there was a spike in domestic violences. So these offenses actually include like grievous hurt or using criminal force, assault, wrongful confinement. So these were actually happening within the family itself. And with regard to Singapore, we actually do have a 24-hour hotline. So this is by the Ministry of Social Affairs in Singapore. But I am not very sure about how many people in the public actually know about all these measures that they can tap on. So there's a lack of awareness, I can say, in the public. And even among students itself, we ourselves do not know that there are actually rising cases of domestic violence because we actually shove it down to lower priority. And we do have other cases that, or perhaps other social issues like racism that is more predominant in Singapore, and we tend to focus more on that. So when it comes to domestic violence, we don't really step up per se. And other than that, I think with respect to Singapore, I think these domestic violence cases have always been present, just that during this circuit breaker and COVID period, it's becoming more and more prevalent and rather more coming to the notice of the public through social media platforms. And yes, so I would also like if something could be done regarding this as well. So we have police officers being roped up recently to actually check on these particular apartments and making rounds in those apartments to make sure that these cases are dealt with appropriately. Yes.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your insight as well. Next, we have a participant here from India, Yashpriya. What is your opinion regarding this? And especially, I think it'd be really great if you could also tell us the measures that perhaps the Indian government has been doing in regards to domestic violence in COVID-19, especially how do they juggle the massive cases of COVID-19 in India with their efforts to eradicate gender-based violence and domestic violence during this pandemic?
So firstly, I would like to thank ALSA for organizing this event in this time, because it is the most important topic, or the society used to like just put this topic aside, like this is not too much important, or this is like some topic with regard to only women only. But this topic, the gender based violence topic, is regard to everyone. It should be considered as everyone is violated, is everyone is affected by this, not even a single community. It is affecting whole community or the whole world, I would say. So coming back to my Indian condition, like what were the conditions in India. So with regard to that, I also wrote one paper also during the lockdown. So yeah, I would be using that paper only for pondering upon some of the events or some of the measures taken by the government of India. Yeah. So as we know that lockdown has resulted into a number of complications for individuals, which adversely affected the economy and the livelihood of people as well. So people are being stuck. The people were stuck in their homes and they are getting annoying, and yeah, people got tensed also because lot of businesses were affected. Many people lost their jobs as well. So due to that, there was a lot of tension among everyone. So because of that, the WHO also says that the chances of influence accomplish violence is likely to extend. Yeah, the WHO also says that the due to this lockdown, the depression will increase, and depression will ultimately result into a increase in domestic violence cases. So after that, if we come to the lockdown has made everyone, the lockdown made everyone chained in their houses, due to which there has been a twofold increase in the cases of domestic violence at that time. So due to which there was like, actually there were very less number of cases. You can say more than, there was an increase of 50% cases. So let's suppose there were only till 23rd to 16th April only. I am taking the data of 23rd March to 16th April of 2020. Yeah, there were 293 cases in 25 days only. And it is very high in regards to other cases. Like earlier, they were very less in number. So in this regard, the National Commission of Women, that is a government agency of India, National Commission of Women, they also take many measures, like putting some WhatsApp number. Yeah, they just started a WhatsApp number with regard to that. In that WhatsApp number, any woman who has been affected or anybody who has seen the domestic violence or who has been affected by the domestic violence can contact them, and they will take effective measures with regard to the WhatsApp number was released on their website and everywhere. So I guess best uh, that was the best step taken by the government. And this step was taken just because due to the lockdown, women cannot go to the police station for filing FIRs or something like that. And the social workers, also the NGOs people, were also like abandoned at their homes. They were not able to reach the women or the victims. So, and police was also like overburdened with the COVID-19 obligations, and visiting home is like will create more COVID-19 cases. So due to which this step was taken, and the courts were also open for only emergency hearing. And you know that this is the case that is like always ignored. So after that, after when the condition becomes a bit clear or something, like the cases gets lower, after that the NGO people also came out. They also came out like we should do something regarding gender equality. And I also joined one fellowship program. Yeah, there were many fellowship programs with regard to gender inequality. So I believe that those programs were really beneficial for whole the country. Many students also enrolled in those fellowship programs with regard to gender inequality, and people are like working on those things and creating awareness, because awareness is the most important thing that should be created. So yeah, this is it from my side, because I believe that in India there need to be a lot of changes. There needs, because in India there is lot of gender inequality since the birth. Even we can say before the birth, even people used to discriminate, like there should be a boy, there should be a girl. So this should not be done. Yeah, I believe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Esprio, for your insight as well. So I think from your elaboration, what I can, the takeaways that I get is that there's definitely an increase in the domestic violence cases in India, but there are also some measures that are taken into that. But of course, I think since gender-based violence is such a systemic issue, like these measures cannot just be taken by one side, such as the government or the police, but we as a community has to raise awareness on gender-based violence, especially domestic violence itself, in order to prevent domestic violence from continue happening. So thank you very much for that. Next, we also have a participant here from Myanmar, Het Ong Kiao. Would you like to add to this discussion as well?
Okay, thanks. In my opinion, in order to not discriminate against women and not to take place the domestic violence, they ratified to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. Due to the inconvenient economic situation of the family, domestic violence takes place during lockdown. In order to decrease domestic violence, we should evolve the methods of economic deployment. Women face violence at home, especially amid COVID-19. The cases of domestic violence more take place and during the COVID-19 and during the lockdown, because of their inconvenience of economic situation. In modern society in recent years, much of this violence has been considered as a crime. For example, a husband had beaten from her husband against a woman, either the courts or without the courts, is an example of domestic violence. Yeah. So, in order not to take place the domestic violence, we should the information sharing session against the public, not to take place the domestic. We should teach the knowledge. Yes. There was no law against a husband raping a wife or martial rape in Southeast Asia. This is in order to take place these cases. We should protect by enacting laws, and we should establish the woman the law against the law protecting against the woman. Yeah, this is my suggestion about the domestic violence. Yes. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your insight. So I guess the takeaway that we can learn for this is that beside community awareness, there should also be a law enacted against domestic violence itself. regarding this, are there any participants who would like to share the domestic violence law that are already enacted in their home countries and whether or not it is effective? Yes, Angelo?
I think that Angelo will mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for that. With regard to the Philippine jurisdiction, we already have the, if I'm not mistaken, the Republic Act 9262, or the Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Children Act, wherein the women and the children are being protected for their against their perpetrators, whether they are the common law husband or the legal husband. So they protect, as I said a while ago, they protect the women and children in different kinds of abuses, such as the physical violence, the economic abuses, and emotional abuses. So and at the same time, with regard to that's the VAUSI law. We also have the um, creation of the family courts that handle these cases, and as well as juvenile courts lower in the children will not see their perpetrators face to face, but rather they will be and not encapsulated, but rather will go to a particular room that they won't see their aggressors or perpetrators, and they can confess their experiences against their perpetrators. And I guess some of my co-delegates here will add to that. Thank you. Thank you, Nasha. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angelo, for your insight as well. And because our time is up on this first motion, we'll be moving on to the second motion discussion. And for Catherine, I hope that you will get to speak and say your opinions in the second motion as well. So following our second motion, we'll be discussing the topic of gender-based violence in educational institutions, as well as the sexual harassment bill. So I think a lot of us here in ALSA, since ALSA is a law student association, perhaps a lot of the participants here are also still students who are studying in universities. So I think it'll be very good for this motion if we could discuss on how prevalent is gender-based violence, especially sexual violence, in your educational institutions, and does your campus has a certain crisis center that could help the victims, and things relating to this. So on this motion, is there any participant who would like to speak? Yes, Amanda from Indonesia.
Thank you, Ms. Nasha, for the opportunity. For this motion, I would like to shed a little light on more of the school for the children. So I definitely agree with the previous speakers' opinions regarding the gender-based violence in educational institutions. The fact that in schools, despite the respective countries have ratified certain conventions regarding the rights of the child, it is not taken to a further measure in practice. At school in Indonesia also, there are cases that teachers are the ones acting as the perpetrators of the gender-based violence. And unfortunately, these cases still continues. Also, one of the reasons that gender-based violence in educational institutions are not reported are because of the threats, especially if the perpetrators are of a high position in those institutions, such as teachers. And they threaten the students that they will fail them and not letting them graduate if the case is reported to the authorities. So in regards to this matter, Indonesian government has the child protection law, which also has the criminal sanctions for the violence perpetrators with imprisonment, fined, and also taking away their jobs if they are of a state civil apparatus. But I think what we need to highlight is more of the law practice, because in schools itself, the counseling teachers sometimes don't see gender-based violence as a huge issue. So I think that can be one of the highlighted parts of what we can improve in eradicating gender-based violence, especially in educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. So it seems that um, not only does gender-based violence not taken seriously in school, but there's definitely a power dynamics that impacted the gender-based violence case itself, especially when it is done or the perpetrator is a teacher. They will have power over their students to essentially not pay attention to the case. And I think usually in most schools or in most countries, these schools would rather hinder to talk about or take serious measures to the case itself due to preserving the good image of the school. Now let's go to Catherine. Is this the case in Singapore as well, Catherine? What is your take on this?
Hello. Okay, maybe with regards to Singapore, I can highlight the different initiatives the Singapore government has taken in recent years. In Singapore, we have this Ministry of Education. So in recent years, they have been standardizing certain modules with respect to teaching gender education as well as respect to students. There was this particular case a year ago. This was by an undergraduate in the National University of Singapore. So what happened was she was filmed taking a shower in her hall room, university hall room, by a fellow student. So following this incident, she was very traumatized, and it went really viral on all across Singapore on social media. So it was following this incident where she actually chose to voice out what happened to her. And that's when several other students who have experienced similar cases actually started voicing out as well. So that was when we all realized that, it has always been happening. Gender violence, sexual harassment, everything has always been happening, but victims are actually scared to voice it out. So following this event, and where victims actually started to voice out, schools have actually rolled out a lot of measures. And with respect to my school, the Singapore Management University, the security has been tightened up such that no external people can actually enter other than the school members themselves. And with regards to education, we do have certain modules to fulfill as part of the university's core curriculum. So in these cases, we have to basic issues like learning about respect, learning about the different roles each gender plays in society, and having a very objective and neutral point where there's no power dynamics in play as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine, for your insights on Singapore's situation about this. I saw a participant, I think it was Pia from Indonesia, raising their hands. Were you about to add to the discussion as well?
Yeah, of course. I was going to add about the Amanda. She was stating in school's environment, which is for the lower grades. But I want to contrast on the university area, which in many in Indonesia, in university area, sanctuary for sexual harassment is conducted very well along very well, as a lot of agency now put highlight in this matter, such as in the Hope Helps in many university in Indonesia is already conducted very well. So this is a very good for university student who can think more about themselves and have a very mature a mindset rather than in school when they school which students are still young and they don't understand. So in order for one to classify violence, one must know the definition of violence. But Indonesia regulation is good enough for to help the victims, but maybe agencies are not and agencies and law enforcement are not implementing it very well to the students in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pia. Before we move on to the next participant, Yashpriya from India, is there any contrary opinions regarding Pia's statement as well? Perhaps there are a participant from Indonesia who'd like to shed the light on the challenges of enforcing the laws regarding gender-based violence itself. Okay, as it seems that there are none for now, thank you again, Pia, for your insight. Let's move on to Yashpriya from India.
So thank you so much for recognizing me again. So I would be talking about gender-based violence in education institution, like some of the cases regarding this. In a recent days, we have seen that there was a Instagram group made by some boys of some school boys, yeah. So they were like below 18, so no criminal offense, like no criminal action can be taken against them. They cannot be put in jail. So they just make group, and they used to put the images of girls from different pages. They used to make fake profiles and putting the obscene images of different girls and releasing them. And so that is very bad thing, or that is very like, this is the worst thing ever seen in the world. So in regards to that, I would like to say that the gender based violence, the gender inequality, it comes, there is gender inequality, because of which there is a lot of boys used to treat girls like different, they are different from the community, like, and girls also used to treat like they are different from us. So it creates a lot of inequality. There should be equality in gender based, like every article, our constitution says in article 14 that there should not be any discrimination on the basis of gender. Also, every article or the constitution itself says that there should not be any discrimination on the basis of gender. So I believe that the gender based violences are increasing day by day just because of gender inequality. And with regards to that, we are the only people, as all the panelists have said, that we are the change, like we need to change the things. No, the government cannot change, the government can only make the policies, they can also formulate the laws, but the implementation or the main work is to be done by us. The lawyers are the lawyers or the law field fraternities are the playing role, the major playing role in this regard. Like they should formulate or they should create the awareness, because we as a lawyer are considered as the social engineer, and we should work on social welfare. So this also comes in respect of social welfare. And with regards to this, our college or the universities in India are also doing recommend very we can say recommendable work. Like there are being set up of legal aid cells, free legal aid cells, and many institutions has also formulated uh, women commissions or like women cells, where the cases of women are being taken and at free of cost even. And yeah, that is a good step. Even some of the webinars are being done, and I would say that gender based violence is just created because of gender stereotyping. And here comes the topic of gender stereotyping. Gender stereotyping is just, you can say, there is a misgap between, like, we are treating differently. That I already started my speech with that only, like there is a treatment difference, so that should be decreased. If that decreases, then the gender based violence would also decrease. That's it from my side. I would like to highlight this. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Yashpriya, for your take as well. So I think we have been discussing quite a bit about the GBV or gender-based violence in educational institutions, but I think it would be really great if we could also talk about the sexual harassment bill, or perhaps the bill that has not yet been passed regarding sexual violence, because usually in most countries they only acknowledge sexual violence as rape, and it is very specific, which is like rape to from men to women. But we know that gender-based violence and sexual violence is a lot more broader than that. So here we already have Angelo from the Philippines. Could you shed a light to us whether or not the Philippines has the sexual harassment bill, and whether or not it is already accommodating to the many forms of sexual violence?
Yeah, thank you, Nasha. By the way, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you. This sexual harassment bill, in connection to the gender-based violence, in the Philippines, we already have national laws that was passed by the Congress. So this is the Safe Spaces Act, or the Republic Act 11313, if I'm not mistaken, and the Anti-Bullying Act, or the 10627. But sad to say, just like what you have said a while ago, the sexual harassment does not occur between men and women and vice versa, but also to men, women to women. We have a SOGI bill here, wherein it does not just protect the men and women, but also our siblings from the marginalized sector of the LGBTQIA+. But sad to say, this bill was proposed a long time ago, but since Philippines is somehow a conservative country, they don't recognize it. Particularly, one of the legislators in the Senate, Vicente Soto III, wherein he expressly dissent this kind of bill. And he stated in the media that as long as he is the Senate President, this bill will not pass in the Senate of the Philippines. So, although we already have Safe Spaces Act wherein it penalizes the catcalling and alike, but for me, we should not treat the members of the LGBTQIA as second-class citizens, because apparently, according to the the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we all have, from the moment we are born, we all have human rights. So yeah, for me, this is very sensitive case, because Soji Bill will be the answer for not just the lone answer, but rather one of the answers to not eradicate, but to lessen the gender-based violence against our members of the LGBTQIA. So that's all for me. Thank you, Nasha.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Here, before we go to Catherine, let's go to Het An Kiao from Myanmar. What is your take on this issue?
Yes, I would also like to discuss about gender-based violence in educational institutions.
Sorry to bother. I'm sorry, Het An Kiao, but I think your audio is a bit has a bit of a technical difficulties. We receive a feedback from your audio. Yes, perhaps you can express your opinions in the chat, and then I will read it for everyone, as I think we receive a few feedbacks from your audio. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Catherine from Singapore. What is your take on this issue, Catherine?
Hello. With regards to the Sexual Harassment Bill Act, Singapore doesn't have such an act in practice. Other than that, we do have a general one. We have the POHA, which is the General Harassment Act. But under that act itself, there's no allocation for sexual cases in particular. So with regards to that, I guess Singapore does not actually cater to the needs of those sexual victims. And I think if I could highlight one case in particular, would be recently, there has been a few cases in the same line where a few guys and university students actually sexually harassed girls in the same university. And because they had good academic conduct, I mean, they had good grades, good sports performance, achievements, etc. And because of that, the government actually decided to actually give them a probation instead of a custodial sentence, which was asked for by the prosecution. So it was a mere probation, nothing that equates to the level of sin, or for lack of a better word, they have done actually to the girls, which has actually left them really traumatized. So these girls do not have an access to the justice that they actually need. And even for myself, I would say no matter how safe Singapore is, it's actually very hard for me to actually walk alone at night saying that I can come home safely, in the wee hours of the night. So yeah, that's something I guess Singapore should actually come up with a sexual harassment bill. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Just a follow-up question. How did the Singapore public react to this case specifically?
There was an uproar. Definitely there was. The case went viral. Social media, especially woke young people, they started voicing out that, he should be receiving this punishment, a custodial sentence, as was asked for by the prosecution. But the public's opinion was actually not considered. I do not know why as well, but the youths especially, they were very dissatisfied with the judgment as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we'll move on to Zinat Zakir from Sri Lanka. Zinat, you may express your opinion.
Thank you for the recognition. So I think out of all the discussions, it's paramount that all countries focus on educating the public. I mean, yeah, we can bring in laws, but what happens when the general public do not understand what the law is? Because I mean, it's a complex jargon, right? And you need to really understand the laws. It's like you need to focus on educating the public on what gender-based violence is, and especially to children, because they do not know what's happening around them. And in Sri Lanka, we have like a huge cultural barrier in discussing the issue, because people think, oh, it's something normal, you know. So that normalization should be taken out of the gender-based violence, and also I think we discussed in the conference of how it's perceived as it's what was that word? It's I forgot that word. Anyway, so it's a perception that's created that has been normalized in society. So we need to get that normalization out of gender-based violence and treat it as an issue, a pressing issue across all societies and across all countries. I think that's paramount before bringing in laws to counteract gender-based violence.
Thank you very much, Zinat, for your take as well. So I think we've had a few discussions from India, Sri Lanka, from Zinat as well, and the Philippines, but there are some countries whose participant I think would be very great to talk about this issue as well. I think what Zinat said on the point of normalizing, that the fact that gender-based violence is so normalized that even if there is a law that regulates specifically on the issue of gender-based violence or sexual violence, it does not necessarily guarantee that the public or even the authorities to enforce that law itself. Here I see a participant from South Korea, Yeon Joo-hae. Maybe you can shed a light on this issue in Korea. To Mr. Yeon Joo-hae.
Hello. Hello, can you hear well?
Okay, it seems that Mr. Yeon Joo-hae is a bit unavailable right now. To Ms. Het Ong-kyo, would you like to state your opinion?
Yes. To say, I would like, can you hear well? I would like to discuss. Hello?
We hear you well, but it seems that there's a bit of a feedback from your laptop as there was previously. So perhaps if you can write your opinions in the chat so I can read it out.
Oh, I can discuss more. So it is convenient for the speech discussion, you know. Okay, thanks. I would like to discuss about the gender-based violence in educational institution. To safely educate in the schools, students would need an emotionally safe learning environment. It relates to the having of safety and supportive family. If a child have this type of family, he will learn the lesson safely and get a happy learning environment. Emotions are important in the classroom. It is essential not to discriminate depending the norms of genders in the schools. It should create a safety environments for students. Discriminating behaviors from the teachers against their candidates, depending on the gender norms, is the unacceptable one and amount to the behavior of gender-based violence. Yet, as we assume the agent of gender-based violence as a traditional matter, this action is still a prevalent issue in Southeast Asia, but in modern society, it become accepted as a crime. We must maintain the school safety by protecting the behavior of collective hostility between students. The teachers should teach to refrain the bullying, sexual harassment to their candidates. School safety affects all students and the learning environments. Bullying is an example of the lack of physical and emotional safety that many students experience. So schools protect, not to take place the gender-based violence. Yes. Teachers should teach against their pupils, not to violence, against each other. In this way, we can protect the gender-based violence about the school conditions. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much as well for your remarks. I think the takeaway that we can listen is that essentially students need a safe learning environment, and especially to protect their emotional and physical safety as well. And I see that here in the chat, there's quite a lot of participants that agree with this, Mr. Angelo, Gaspriya, and Kalula. So is there any participant who would like to add, how should the school itself provide these? How should the school provide emotional and physical safety to their student as well? Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Angelo.
Sorry.
It's okay. We love your enthusiasm. Let's go to Mr. Angelo. I'm sorry, Mr. Angelo, you were still muted.
Sorry. Yeah, just a little comment about that. I think the professors, instead of terrorizing their students, as we all know, we are all law students here. And most of my compatriots or co-delegates from the Philippines, we all know, many of our law professors, instead of teaching us, I am not saying all, but some, since this is on YouTube, some of the professors, instead of teaching, they are terrorizing the students. And to help that, I think the universities, schools, and colleges must empower the guidance counselor's office, wherein the students must find a safe space there that they can voice out their bad experiences to the professors, and as well as to the administrators of the universities as well. Since if the students does not see any hope to their administrators, so who can instead of voicing that bad experience, they will keep it to themselves. And as we all know, if they keep it to themselves, the result will be devastating, such as it will affect the mental health of the students as well, and not just affecting, but the end goal. Sometimes the students will go suicidal. So I think the since we are all in the pandemic, and the university should not as if it is the fault of the students that we are in the pandemic. We all have we are facing problems in this pandemic. That's why some of the administrators, I think, don't put the burden on the students, since they are there to learn, not to be terrorized. So that's on my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your remarks, Mr. Angelo, officially finishes the second motion. Now we'll be moving on to the third motion discussion. So thank you, participants, for your remarks in the second motion. And in this third motion, you are given the freedom to propose a motion or topic in regards to gender-based violence to be talked about. So is there any participants who wish to propose a motion? Please use the raise hand feature. As we know, the topic of gender-based violence is actually quite broad, and that's why, for the purpose of the discussion, we would like to give the honor to the participants to suggest us a topic or motion, and if there's more than two, we can vote on it and we can discuss that topic furthermore. So to the participants who would like to propose a motion, please use the raise hand feature to speak. Yes, thank you very much, Pia from Indonesia. What is your proposed motion?
I would like to raise a motion about the root cause of gender-based violence.
Okay, thank you very much. So Pia here would like to raise the motion on the root causes of gender-based violence. Okay, I'll write that down. And next we also have Ikra from India.
Hi, everyone. I would like to raise a motion to discuss how inclusive the laws are, like as Angelo mentioned, that we fail to, include the LGBTQ community when it comes to laws and sexual harassment and all. So I would like to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ikra, for your suggestion. So Ikra here raised the motion to discuss on how inclusive the laws are in each participant's respective country, especially to the LGBT community when it comes to gender-based violence. And next, we also have Catherine here from Singapore.
I would like to raise the motion regarding the difference in how society views gender violence against women versus against men. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We'll write this down. So Catherine raised the motion to talk about how the society views gender-based violence that are happening to women or men. Is that correct?
Yes, the difference between gender violence against men and women and how society views them.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Here we also have Yashpriya from India.
So I would like to raise the motion for gender inequality and especially focusing on the third gender.
Thank you very much, Yaspriya. So here you've raised a motion to talk about gender equality in the respective participants' country, especially on the third gender. So our committee will be sending these motions to the chat, and for the participants that agrees with a certain motion, you can write 1, 2, 3, or 4 regarding the motion which you like to choose. Yes, so for the participants who would like to talk on a specific topic, please go ahead and vote on it. To the participants who haven't sent in their vote, please remember to vote and write the numbers in the Zoom chat so our committee can help to count them as well. We will be giving you guys 1 minute time to vote, and when the 1 minute time ends, then our committee will be counting the vote and we'll proceed with the discussion. All right. Thank you very much, participants. So the votes are in, and it seems that a lot of the participants would like to discuss on the root causes of gender-based violence itself. So in regards to this, are there any delegates who would like to express their opinions? Okay, so I see a lot of delegates have raised their hands. So we'll start from Catherine from Singapore.
Hello. I think a lot of panelists have already earlier covered the root causes of gender violence. Perhaps I could talk about how patriarchism, sexism has been very deeply ingrained in our society. So these views and opinions have been passed down through different generations, and it's very hard to actually move away from these concepts. So as much as recently as we youths actually have become more woke, have become more understanding as to the different roles the different genders play and the equality that is needed for the different for everybody. I think as a baseline, it's very difficult for everyone to actually deviate from what has been actually ingrained as the right way to actually adopt a particular view with respect to a certain gender role. So if it's a woman, it immediately comes to mind that a woman is someone who actually stays at home, who takes care of the children, who cooks. And if it's a man is someone who actually goes to work, is the one as the breadwinner of the family. So I think it will take a lot of time, a lot of conversations and dialogues between a lot of people to actually come to terms and agreements and an deeper understanding of what actually is gender violence. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catherine, for your take. Here we also have Ms. Kalula from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Could you hear my voice well?
Yes, but I think we'd hear you better if your microphone is a little bit less close to your mouth.
Okay, okay. Now better, right?
Yes.
In my brain for some moment ago that, but I think this we have history in our country. I think all of us here, especially in Asia, we have that monarchy as our history. And back then, if we see in the back in the past that they give more power from men. I mean, all of our kings are men, right? There's no queens, and then actually in the monarchy system there are young age marriage also, that not only women, also men are forced to get married in a young age, and that's actually we can include that for uh, gender-based violence also, and it actually could lead to sexual harassment and any marital rape, if I didn't if I'm not mistaken. And then I think that's one of the reasons why it's become a norm in our daily life now, because it has been so long, like it's hundreds year, and that's why we still have that kind of stereotype now, and that women can get higher education history, and that's why I think is one of the root causes of the gender-based. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kalula. Going off of what you have said, on like our history, especially a history which place and give power more to men, participants, do you think that due to this, we essentially live in a very heteropatriarchal society, a society which values heteropatriarchy and especially makes masculinity as the norm? Do you think that this also contributes to the root of gender-based violence? Let's go to Angelo first about this issue.
Yes, thank you, Nasha. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for recognizing me. So yeah, that is a one great factor. That's why this vicious cycle of gender-based violence, as of now, still a cycle. Why? Number one, as many or the motion is this is a culture. The culture is called machismo. So uh, we can see that actually in historical evidences, many of the Asian countries, women, before they were colonized by Western countries, women are given highest position in their communities, such as in the Philippines. Uh, Women are given highest honor, such as babaylan, wherein the highest priestess. And at the same time, um, this vicious cycle can be ended not in the universities or schools. It can be ended inside the home. Why? Because uh, before the son of that particular family will be educated to the university, they must first be educated inside their homes. The number one, the father must teach his son not to rape. It's one thing. Respect the number two. Respect not just women, but all the people around you. No. So and I think one of the key factors to end this as well is um, I think we should stop that the first women leader of this country. We should a woman that is that became a leader for the country, for judiciary, legislative, or executive must be a norm, because apparently the job is not just it is not just fit to be occupied by men. Why? We must remember history tells us that all the all the wars all the wars was created by men. Well, for me, although ironically I am a man, but for me, if the every country will be headed by women, I guess there will be no war or conflict between two or more countries. So uh, that's my sentiments. No, thank you, Nasha.
All right. Thank you very much, Angelo, for your remarks as well. Next, let's go to Yashpriya.
Yeah. So thank you so much. So now I would like to just point out 6 points. What are the root causes of gender-based violences? So the first one is the gender stereotyping. Gender stereotyping is like why only girls are based for cooking? Why not a boy cooking food is considered as cool? That is like something that should be considered by the society. That it should be also like there should not be any gender stereotyping in this regard. Why a small boy is gifted a car? Why a girl is gifted a doll? This is like gender stereotyping. Now, secondly, I would like to highlight the gender inequality. Gender inequality, I have earlier discussed a lot in my both the topics. So, gender inequality is something like treating boys and girls differently at workplaces, at institutions, as well at many places you can see. And the third point that I would like to highlight is traditions from ancient times. Like in ancient times, what we see that there was a lot of discrimination between boys and girls after, I guess, during the Vedic time. After the Vedic time, it came into highlight that this is the stereotypes. Like if in India, I would say in India there was a practice of sati in earlier times. At that time, what was considered that if a woman becomes widow, then she has to die with her husband even when the death ceremony is being done, or when the dead body of the husband is put in fire, then the girl has to sit on the fire. So that is like so cruel. After that, a prevention act has came. So these are some of the traditions, but those traditions has put a bad impact on society, that women should be treated this type of thing. Like in India, I would say like women has to wear white sari if they are widow. For men, if his wife dies, then there is no as such culture. So why for women only? I don't understand that thing. And after that, if we come to fourth point, I would like to highlight the patriarchal or the matriarchal culture being followed from ancient times. That is the most important, like that is the most crucial point that is impacting the gender-based violences. That is the beginning of these cruel things. So after that, I would like to highlight the last and the fifth point, that is the different treatment or the lack of equity. There should be equity, like there cannot be any equality, there cannot be equality between men or women. There should be equity. So we should follow the equity thing, and in our constitution as well there has been put that equity should be maintained, right? So this was the only thing that I would like to highlight in this regard. Thank you so much for, yeah, this.
Thank you very much, Yaspriya, for your addition as well. From my take, I think you mentioned something important about how, and even like since back then, women have to essentially follow these norms that does not benefit them, and it's very centered on the patriarchy itself. My takeaway from this is that because women are not seen as equal, because because we live in a patriarchal society that does not view women as an equal partner, women are historically seen as objects. We are not acknowledged as humans. We are not acknowledged as someone who has the same opportunity as men, and therefore men essentially owns us, and we do not get to decide for ourselves. Now, to the next participant, Fia from Indonesia, what is your take on this? Do you agree with that statement?
I would say I would echo with this statement because I also agree that a woman is thinking as an object in the previous generations. But now that we have a lot of women leaders, and this is a very good thing for children, especially to have a role model and to be looked up. Because for me, gender stereotypes are the root of RGB, in which women and men have different responsibilities. So in my point of view, GBV happens more in area where education and awareness have a low status quo, or they don't value as much as the modern area. We shall start with the kids to plant this GBV, because right now to change the mindset of older people is kind of hard. So we have to focus on the kids. In the meanings, education started at home, which was stated from Angel, that in the family we should start asking and giving consent, like as if may I help opening your clothes, and may I help making your food or something like that. So what is the solution? First, we have to think that people are the same, and we have to build the mindset. And as we are now an active participant of the future, because we are now young people, we should open the mindset of everybody is the same. Maybe that's for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pia. That's a very interesting take, especially I think this also highlighted on what our speakers and panelists have said. Education starts from home, and it's also very important for us to essentially break this vicious cycle and be the change that we would like to see. So thank you very much for that addition. Now we've been hearing from Indonesia, from India, Sri Lanka, and Singapore as well. But I think there are a few countries that I think we should get to know a bit better on what is the root causes of GBV in this country. Could we go to South Korea? Here, I think we have a participant from South Korea, Yeon Joo-hae. Maybe you could share with us what is the root of gender-based violence in Korea itself? Hello, 영주혜 씨, 혹시 우리 소리가 잘 들리실까요? Yes, maybe you could share with us the root causes of gender-based violence in Korea.
Sorry, wait a minute, because I can't speak because it's my roommate. So can I use a chatting box? Yeah, chatting box.
네, 괜찮습니다.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, then while waiting for Yeon Joo-hae 씨, we'll go to our participant here at Aung San Suu Kyi. What is your take on this?
Yes, I would like to discuss the root causes of and gender-based violence. Yes, the root causes are that is derived. The root causes is derived from the discrimination against women. Yeah, discrimination, a result of a woman not having an equal human rights to a man does not get human rights at all. Yes, okay. Discrimination can occur in two ways: as a product of laws, de jure discrimination, or discrimination in fact reality, de facto discrimination. Yes, laws that do not give women equal rights to men or restrict women from certain jobs are example of de jure discrimination. De facto discrimination occurs when even though there are no laws discriminating against women, the reality is women do not have equality. For example, even though there are no laws restricting girls from going to school or women from entering formal politics, in reality, in Southeast Asia, especially in Southeast Asia, and there are fewer girls in school and fewer female politicians. We should grow. We should grow the women to be developed in our society. And then another root causes is that women are assumed there is an object in ancient society. Yeah, we should reframe this opinion. Yeah, women and men are equality. Yeah. The gender-based violence the action of gender-based violence is the serious violation of human rights as well as alarming health and safety concern. It is estimated one out of three women will be beaten, coerced into sex, or otherwise abused in her lifetime. Yeah, we should protect the gender-based violence, especially against women in Southeast Asia. Thanks for my discussion.
Yes, thank you very much for your take as well. You mentioned on the development that women should be given. So regarding that, I would like to ask the floor here. Do you think that how do you think the recent years women has been definitely given a lot more chance to be on the same equal opportunities that men have? Is there any participants who would like to speak on that?
Yes, in my opinion, women in modern society, women are given in the aspects of the country, in the various aspects of the country. For example, giving the woman portion of our country, a country, by placing the woman in the position of the leader, she will develop and she will increase her ability. Yes. I think that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that as well. Yes, thank you very much. Before we move on to the policy drafting session, is there any other delegates or participants who would like to give their closing remarks to this motion? Perhaps, are there any participants who would like to share their message on ending gender-based violence? Yes, Yon Sohae.
Okay. Yes, is it okay? In order to become a society where human rights are respected as equal members of society, each member of society must abandon the wrong barriers of recognizing the other as their possessions and maintain a sound and proper relationship between men and women through understanding of their difference or recognize it. It is most important to abandon gender discriminatory stereotypes and improve gender sensitivity to admit that the other person is different from me, and gender violence will be eradicated as soon as it admits to being different. It is most important to recognize the difference between men and women, recognize gender discrimination and gender inequality, and form a consensus. I think gender violence is not just a problem for women, but it requires the formation of a consensus among citizens who recognize each other differences and recognize the differences, which requires the attention and effort of not only the police, but also citizens. Yes, that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, Yonzo Hashe, for your opinion. Perhaps, are there any delegates that would like to add to his statement, or perhaps a contradictory point of view regarding this? Yes, Catherine from Singapore.
I think it's very heartwarming to see people actually speak up, and it's also very heartwarming to see men speak up for women using such platforms. And yeah, as a woman myself, I feel very happy to actually hear these insights. And I also think like for every I guess for future in the future for gender violence to actually end, I think it requires a lot of open conversations like these platforms. So thank you for organizing these platforms, because I feel very overwhelmed right now, like listening from everyone, listening from people who actually want to do things to actually end all these things that are not supposed to actually be here in the first place, right? Yes, so thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Catherine. We're very honored to have you here. I think a lot of your opinions has been very substantial to our discussion as well. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much to the participants who have expressed their opinions and also listened to these opinions. So we will now be moving on to the next session of our event. We have some very good discussion, and on our last motion here, we will be discussing the points of the policy recommendation draft itself. So our discussion here, the objective is to create a policy recommendation which ALSA International will publish with the validation of our Vice President of Academic Activities and the President of ALSA International as well. So to all participants who would like to express their opinions and the point to the policy recommendation, please write your point through bit.ly/ in capital AIVC July PRD, which is also available in the Zoom chat. And if you would like to elaborate your points, please do use the raise hand feature to speak. In regards to this policy drafting session, we would also like to remind the participant that the drafting session will end at 2:50 GMT plus 8. Yes, Angelo, what would you like to ask?
Can I chat it so that it will not disturb the other participants that are drafting policies as well. Thank you.
Yes. To clarify to all participants, you can write in essentially your points of policy recommendation through the bit.ly AIVC July PRD provided by our committee here on the Zoom chat. So you will be submitting the policy recommendation point through the forms, and then our committee will be the one who's going to write it into the draft. Thank you. So our time is going to be up in a minute, guys. Are there any participants who has not yet submitted their policy recommendation points? If most of the participants have submitted their policy recommendation points, we will now be processing it. The committee will process the policy recommendation draft, and then we'll be back with you soon to share the screen on the policy recommendation and have a little bit discussions about the points which you have written. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, participants, and thank you, committee, for the music as well. So from the policy recommendation, it seems that there are quite a lot of good points that have been made by the participants. But as this is a discussion, I think it's better if we go through the points of the policy recommendation itself to see if there are any points to be further elaborated or any points to be revised. Do take note that the points in the policy recommendations have been altered in a sense of they are paraphrased to seem more formal and also to make effective of some of the sentences that are quite similar with each of the policy recommendation. So here it is. Could the committee scroll down a little bit? So from the perspective of education, there has also been policy recommendation which are stated in the draft itself. And seeing the recommendation that has been given by the participants, there are two perspectives in ending gender-based violence, which is through education and institutionally, meaning that the government must also take part in making sure that there are platforms for civilians to not only learn about gender-based violence itself, but to eradicate it through this systemic legal system. So for the participants, please do look at this policy recommendation and raise your hand to speak if you would like to further elaborate a point or to add something to the recommendation. Yes, Priya.
Yeah. So I would like to add one more point in the education part, like there should be sex education as well, because due to that, there is a lot of gender-based discrimination, like people are not getting the things clear. So I would like to add that thing as well. As a
How would
part,
you like?
as a
Yes, sorry.
to encourage or to make it understand to some, there should be an age limit, like the senior students should know about what is sex education exactly. So I would like to add that point as well in a separate point, the seventh point. Yeah.
Okay, how would you like to phrase the question? Perhaps you can submit it through the Zoom chat here for everyone.
Yeah.
Besides Yashpriya from India, are there any other participants who would like to add or further elaborate a point from the policy recommendation?
May I speak regarding to Yashipra's comment?
Yes, Pia, I'm sorry, but your audio was not very audible just then.
Okay, may I add a comment on Yashipra's comment?
Yes, please have it through the Zoom chat.
I'm sorry, am I audible? Because my internet seems to be maintenance.
You're quite audible, but it seems that there's a bit of a feedback from your end.
Okay.
But if you would like to add to the policy recommendation point, please do so using the Zoom feature, the Zoom chat feature here.
Okay, maybe I will do with the Zoom chat. Thank you.
Here we also have Het Aung Kyaw from Myanmar. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I would like to add the education session of the conference draft. I would like to my problem my I want to the point I want to point the point that I want to add is that to educate to educate um, to educate against the school's teachers, not against the school students, against the school students, not to refrain the behavior of bullying. Yeah, I would like to add this point. Point number 9.
Okay, thank you very much for that addition. Het Aung Kyaw, please write your points in the Zoom chat so it'll be easier for our committee to write it down.
Yes, I would like I will write the Zoom chat the point that I want to add. Thanks.
Yes, just write down your point in the Zoom chat, Het Aung Kyaw, so it'll be easier for the for the committee to see. Here, Pia has the suggestion to add Priya's comment regarding sex education to point number 3. Do you agree with this? Priya, should it be separated, or should it? Or are you willing to merge it with point number 3 on the education section?
No, I would like to add that point in the third point only. Yeah, I would agree. I agrees with Pia.
Okay, thank you very much. Catherine here from Singapore suggested that point number 1 and 2 should be merged. Are there any delegates that does not agree with this? Thank you very much, participants. So we'll be merging the point number 1 and 2. Okay, thank you very much to all participants who have contributed in drafting this policy recommendation. This policy recommendation will first be examined by our VPAA and also the president of ALSA International before releasing it in our ALSA International website, including giving it to our stakeholders. So please check your email regarding the update on that as well. And thank you very much to all of your important points regarding the policy recommendation to eliminate gender violence as well. Okay, I think for this session, we'll be moving on now to the next agenda, which is the reading of the policy recommendation. So here I'd like to ask the floor, are there any participants who would like to volunteer to read the points of the policy recommendation itself? Okay, we have a volunteer here, Pia from Indonesia. To our committee, I think we should start from the very top of the document. Could you see the policy recommendation clearly, Pia?
Yes, I can. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you very much, and you may read it now.
Okay. ALSA International Video Conference, July 2021. Policy Recommendation Draft on Gender-Based Violence in Asia. A. Education. 1. To implement education on gender equality since in elementary school. To make gender education mandatory for all children, students, teachers, parents, professionals, and everyone, including providing training to teachers and admin to deal with gender-based violence survivors, which also includes professional lateral gender education courses for children. Point 2. To incorporate the regulations against gender-based violence to the curriculum since junior high school and senior high school, including sex education as a subject in secondary school course for more clarification among the youth. 3. Gender inequality shall be discussed and potential risks from harassment or violence shall be prevented through education system where counseling course should be given much more attention as this is the root to cure gender-based violence in the society. Point 4, to raise the awareness of gender stereotyping. Gender stereotyping should be defined in policy along with the impact on gender-based violence. There should be an awareness drive via online as well as offline mode throughout the world. So this could be understood in order to reduce this devastating phenomenon. Point 5, to encourage education on gender-based violence from family institution through seminar in smaller village. Point 6, to encourage and recognize the sex education as a subject in secondary school course for more clarification among the youth. B, institutionally. 1, to provide comprehensive support mechanism to empower and promote as well as respect women and children's rights, such as providing legal services to women and children victims or survivors of gender-based violence, providing physiological programs, support services for women who are employed, for example, in the entertainment or hospitality industry. Two, to make available the guidelines for handling domestic violence caused by type and stage of crime, as well as reliable on-site measures. Three, encourage the government to robustly fund the creation of women and children's desks in policy presence. Four, to encourage the government to fund the creation of the juvenile and family court to not stay stagnant to the dockets of regular courts. Five, it is important to strengthen the smallest basic unit of community, the family, since gender-based violence starts inside our homes. Six, to encourage the government constructing and making an active help desk platform about violence. Provide a section in the police department who can act and secure the victim at the time. In addition, the desk must be advertised well and easily, in which could help people at first aid by partnering with community agency. The help desk publication target must be toward outer modern city or suburbs in which those areas lack of education facilities and extension. Then an easy, memorable, and promoting regarding this help desk must be taken into account. How to reach them and how to help should be the same level as an emergency contact as the police have. And that is at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pia, for your reading of the policy recommendation draft. Again, this policy recommendation draft will be first analyzed by our PPAA and president of ALSA International before we release it through our website. Again, thank you very much for all of the participants who have been very active in all of today's session and also active in voicing your points of the policy recommendation itself. Now, we hope that this next session will also be a very awaited one for the participants. First of all, again, we would like to say thank you very much for the participants' enthusiasm and the hard work that have been put in today's event. For this next session, we will be awarding the participants which we believe have shown wonderful efforts in today's event. Our criteria for the awarding is given to the person who is most active in the session, obliged to the participant guidelines of the event, and are substantial in expressing their opinions and points to the issue of gender-based violence. And with this award, we'll be announcing the best participant. So without further ado, the best participant of AIVC July 2021 goes to Catherine from Singapore. Congratulations, Catherine. Congratulations. Thank you for your enthusiasm in this event. Would you like to say a few words?
Hello, just a minute, yeah. Thank you for organizing this. I think I really enjoyed the session because I got to hear about the different laws, the different insights from people from different countries also. And I think, like I said earlier, it's very, very heartwarming to actually see people speak up, especially men speaking up for women. It's really very heartwarming. So thank you. Yes, I'm really happy to have met a lot of people, and yeah, please stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your remarks. And thank you as well to all of the participants who has been very, very active in today's session. We greatly appreciate your opinion, and we believe that this discussion, including your opinion as well, will be very beneficial for eradicating gender-based violence itself, raising the awareness of the issue, and also giving a new perspective to all of our participants here today as well. So thank you so much for that. We hope that the knowledge and insight that you have learned today will be useful going forward and also deepen even more your understanding about gender-based violence in Asia. Before we go, however, let's capture this memory together. So to all the participants, please turn on your camera for the photo session, and to the publication division of AIVC, the time and place to document is yours.
Okay, thank you, Nasha. Hello, everyone. Back again with me. My name is Fia, and today I'm going to take our pictures. So please turn on your camera and smile for me. So there are 2 slides. Wow, fewer than before. So please hold your smiles for a little while, okay? I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me copy it first. Okay, for this second. Okay, don't forget to turn on the cameras, everyone. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to the Publication Division of AIVC and to all the participants. We hope that through this event, everyone would be more encouraged to be more aware of gender-based violence in Asia. And to all the participants, please do not forget to first fill in the feedback forms through the link provided by our committee here through the Zoom chat, or scan the QR code available on the screen to obtain the e-certificate. So this marks the end of today's events. I am your Master of Ceremony, Nasha Aidianti Ramadani, wishing you the best gratitude for attending ALSA International Video Conference July 2021. Thank you for your participation. Good afternoon, and ALSA, always be one.